The year was 1945, and Europe stood on the brink of complete upheaval. The Allied forces had punched through the German lines on multiple fronts. Bombers had reduced cities to rubble, and frightened whispers of imminent collapse passed from soldier to soldier within the once dreaded ranks of the Wehrmacht. In these final weeks of World War II, a palpable tension pervaded the Eastern Territories, where Nazi officials clung desperately to the last strands of a fading Reich. Frozen roads and shattered railroad tracks wove through landscapes churned to mud by tanks, the scorched remains of farmland, and forests stripped bare by artillery. It was in this environment of chaos and despair that rumours began to surface about secret trains transporting some of the Reich's looted treasure, an immense fortune scoured from occupied territories, museums, and private collections across the ravaged continent. Though few individuals possessed the full details, many had heard stray comments about a train laden with gold bars, crates of jewellery, priceless artwork and other valuables, one rumoured to have disappeared deep within Polish territory as the Red Army advanced ever closer. Amid the swirl of rumours, some German soldiers whispered that their superiors had received orders to transport these precious items to safer ground, far from the destructive path of the Allied onslaught in the Soviet juggernaut tightening its grip on Eastern Europe. Official records were disappearing in bonfires of burned documents, and entire command structures were in disarray. Yet, a few key Nazi officials remained terrifyingly composed, continuing to orchestrate last-ditch plans that prioritized the Reich's stolen wealth over the lives of ordinary citizens. Members of the SS scrambled to ensure that trains were loaded not only with evacuees and retreating forces, but also with crates of priceless artifacts seized from palaces, aristocratic estates, museums, and Jewish families. This was plunder they could not bear to let fall into enemy hands, and perhaps, some cynics thought, it was a personal nest egg for those with the foresight to plan an escape. Each crate hoisted onto the trains bore the marks of stolen property, and within them lay the sorrowful stories of countless families stripped of their heritage. As the war front advanced toward the German heartland, these secret convoys took on an aura of mythology, their existence confirmed only in anxious whispers among the soldiers and the local population. Night after night, locomotives slid across rails shimmering with frost, escorted by SS guards. Tattered black uniforms and grim faces lit by the eerie glow of kerosene lamps gave the impression of a desperate ghost army bent on preserving the Reich's stolen wealth, even as the regime itself crumbled. In the swirling snow and acrid smell of burning diesel, some of these soldiers considered the madness of their mission, while others performed their duties with unshakable resolve. A hush settled over each train station as local workers were conscripted to offload or reload goods that they scarcely dared to examine. On occasion, the stillness of these miserable nights would break as an Allied bomber formation passed overhead, forcing the trains to halt and the soldiers to extinguish all lights, leaving them in a suffocating darkness that reeked of diesel fumes and fear. As spring approached and the winds carried the distant roar of Soviet artillery, the fervour to hide valuables became all-consuming among high-ranking Nazi officials. The name Rees Project often surfaced in guarded conversation, referencing a series of secret construction works in the Owl Mountains of Lower Silesia. Here, hidden tunnels and subterranean chambers were rumoured to be in development, vast complexes carved into the limestone under the directive of the highest echelons of the Nazi hierarchy. It was said that forced labourers, drawn from concentration camps, toiled in nightmarish conditions to blast and dig passages beneath the mountains, supervised by the SS. Some believed these underground corridors might serve as bunkers for Hitler and his inner circle, while others speculated that the labyrinth was meant to be a final fortress, from which the Nazis could wage a last stand or orchestrate a guerrilla war. Yet, as defeat loomed, these tunnels appeared more likely to serve as hidden vaults for the Reich's greatest looted treasures, places where gold bars and precious artifacts could be sealed away until a future rebirth of Nazi power. Somewhere in that swirl of gloom and secrecy, a particular train convoy, an assemblage of freight cars each loaded with potential fortunes, was said to have passed through towns near what was then German territory, but is now southwestern Poland. Long lines of battered wagons rumbled through the station platforms in the blackness of night, their cargo carefully guarded. The local populace, in the midst of their own daily terror, watched from behind shuttered windows as the trains arrived, menacing and silent. They saw lines of trucks carrying chiseled wooden crates to the trains, the hush enforced by men with the dreaded SS insignia. The locomotive itself, blackened by soot and war, seemed a harbinger of doom as it hissed steam and creaked under the weight of unknown goods. When the early dawn light revealed the tracks, the train might already be gone, swallowed up by the wooded hills and winding tunnels that offered cover from prying eyes. Survivors of those frantic days would later recount the tension in the air, how the Nazi retreat was marked by a desperation so thick it felt like a physical force. Soldiers gripped their rifles with trembling hands, uncertain where their loyalty lay in a Reich that was visibly collapsing. The staccato rattle of gunfire in the distance merged with the thunder of the locomotive's wheels. Each day brought a new rumor, that the train carrying the gold had been blown off the rails by Allied bombing, that it had simply vanished into one of the mountain tunnels, its cargo sealed behind dynamited rock, that a skeleton crew of SS men guarded it to this day, waiting for the Reich's triumphant return. Reality interwove with myth as easily as breath turned to fog in the cold mountain air. On the outskirts of towns like Wałbrzych and Książ, hidden watchers claimed to have glimpsed long convoys pulling into side tracks under heavy guard. Tunnels known to exist in the vicinity were rumoured to vanish behind newly erected barriers of stone, timber, and camouflage netting, leaving no trace of their entrances. Workers forced to labour at gunpoint in those final days were rarely in a position to glean the entire scope of the operation. Many died from exhaustion or were executed to safeguard the secrecy of the mission. Those who survived recalled only fragments, being marched into half-finished tunnels, installing rails or supports, and hauling crates they dared not open. They told of hearing heavy drilling in the deeper sections, of coughing up limestone dust that coated their lungs, and of the oppressive presence of armed men barking orders in the gloom. The war's end would free some of these labourers, but many simply disappeared, leaving behind ephemeral testimonies that fueled the stories of the fabled train. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. As the Soviet army pressed westward, rumours about this particular gold train grew louder. Soviet intelligence was not ignorant of Nazi intrigues and had a keen eye for material spoils. If the Reich had stashed away billions in treasure, the Soviets wanted their share. Red Army reconnaissance units pushing through the bombed-out towns heard the gossip on local lips. Some Soviet officers made it their mission to locate the rumoured train, dispatching soldiers to check rail yards, tunnels, and half-collapsed mines. Yet, if they ever found anything of significance, the official records did not confirm it. In the chaotic swirl of the immediate post-liberation environment, documents were destroyed, stolen, or lost. Confiscated loot changed hands in the confusion, and people whispered that the Soviets had uncovered part of the treasure, but for reasons unknown, had never announced it publicly. Others believed the train remained missing, sealed behind blasted rock or hidden in a labyrinth whose maps burned in the fires of Berlin's final days. Amid these swirling uncertainties, the final collapse of Nazi Germany in May 1945 scattered its architects, accomplices, and foot soldiers to the wind. Officers fled under false papers, SS men shaved off distinctive tattoos, and bureaucrats tried to blend into the general population. The Reich's meticulously organized system of plunder dissolved, leaving behind countless stolen artifacts, hidden caches, and war-torn archives that offered only partial clues about the breadth of the looting. Over time, Allied and Soviet intelligence teams pieced together details about certain items of stolen art, precious metals, and currency. They discovered crates of stolen paintings in salt mines, recovered gold bars from bombed-out vaults, and located stashes of valuables in unsuspecting barns. But the legendary Nazi gold train, the one rumoured to have vanished in the Owl Mountains, continued to exist in the realm of whispered tales and second-hand accounts. As the war ended and post-war reconstruction took hold, these stories retreated into the minds of local inhabitants, overshadowed by the realities of living in a region now under Soviet influence. Nevertheless, some Poles, Germans, and displaced persons of various nationalities held on to the tantalizing possibility that the train, or a portion of it, might yet be buried somewhere in the wooded hills or the subterranean labyrinth. In hushed voices, they passed along the legends: a train with sealed freight cars, a final Nazi secret, a fortune in stolen art that never reached Berlin. Over time, these accounts became part of local folklore, a compelling mystery that evoked images of hidden fortunes, menacing tunnels, and the ghosts of a shattered regime. The hills themselves, with their dense forests and occasional industrial ruins, looked the part, standing as silent sentinels over a region that had changed hands repeatedly across centuries. And deep within the stony folds of the mountains, the labyrinth of tunnels that had once echoed with drilling and dynamite blasts lay still, their secrets unclaimed. In the immediate aftermath of the war, few had the time or resources to chase such rumours. Poland was devastated, entire cities reduced to rubble, millions were displaced, and the new communist government was preoccupied with cementing power and rebuilding the ruined infrastructure. It was not an era conducive to elaborate treasure hunts, especially given the brutality of the Soviet presence and the terror felt by ordinary people. Many who knew something said nothing, perhaps out of fear or simply out of exhaustion. It would take years, even decades, before the legend of the Nazi gold train would once again capture the spotlight, this time amid a different political and economic landscape, with advanced technology and a renewed hunger for solving old mysteries. And yet, like an ember that refused to die, the story smouldered through the decades, fueled by the whispered recollections of elderly villagers, the occasional mention in a local newspaper, or the dogged interest of history buffs who combed declassified archives for references to sealed tunnels near Wałbrzych. A picture gradually had emerged. Chaotic final days, an SS-supervised railway project, incomplete tunnels hidden under farmland, and the tantalizing possibility that the treasure train had indeed been sealed off from the world. True or not, the legend persisted, refusing to yield to the measured logic of historians who argued that if such a massive amount of gold and art existed, it would have been discovered or recorded. Suspicion continued to swirl around the labyrinthine nature of the Owl Mountains, the partial records hinting at a major subterranean construction effort, and the enduring hush left by a regime that had specialized in brutality and secrecy. Within the thick gloom of those uncharted passages, the sense of dread felt by forced laborers still seemed to linger, as if the rock itself remembered their plight. Generation after generation speculated. Perhaps a single explosive charge had collapsed the entrance behind the train, burying it alive in the damp darkness, where SS guards intended to retrieve it once the Reich regained power. Others believed the entire story was a tall tale spun by frightened soldiers and local civilians who took comfort in weaving myths of hidden wealth in a time of desperation. But the war had ended with abrupt finality, and no new Reich had come to claim any hidden fortune. If that train existed, it slumbered in the silence of watery tunnels, locked behind a wall of stone and half a century of swirling rumours. As the last uniformed remnants of the Nazis scattered in 1945, the stage was set for a mystery that would ripple through the decades. That is where Part 1 ends, with the world at large pivoting from the carnage of the war to the complexities of reconstruction. The gold train, however, remained in the realm of unanswered questions, an enigma shaped by fleeting accounts of cargo-laden rail cars vanishing into sealed tunnels, overshadowed by a conflict that had destroyed entire nations. And so the legend lay dormant, awaiting the future generations whose curiosity would be ignited by the promise of extraordinary wealth and the lure of unclaimed secrets left behind in a corner of Poland's mountains. With the war's end came a colossal reshuffling of populations and borders. Once German territories in Silesia were ceded to Poland, and in these formerly border-straddling regions, local legends about the hidden train began to crop up whenever the conversation drifted toward the area's haunted history. As the 1950s and 1960s rolled on, Poland under communist rule was not a place conducive to free exploration or treasure-seeking. The regime controlled access to sensitive regions, and official narratives about wartime events were carefully curated. Nonetheless, rumours about the Nazi gold train drifted through villages and small towns. An old farmer's father had seen an SS detachment overseeing the delivery of crates at night. A railway worker, now stooped with age, claimed to remember Nazi officers whispering in menacing tones as an anonymous cargo rumbled eastward. These stories, passed along orally, formed a web of anecdotal evidence that hinted at something hidden, yet never definitively proven. Government authorities, occasionally prodded by local interest, launched small-scale investigations into the labyrinth of tunnels built by the Nazis in Lower Silesia, part of the so-called Ries project. However, any official search often ran up against practical limitations: a lack of detailed wartime records, difficulties accessing certain sealed-off tunnels that were either structurally unstable or had become flooded, and a communist bureaucracy that had little incentive to encourage a treasure-hunting frenzy. In some areas, the entrances to the tunnels had simply collapsed or been intentionally demolished to prevent accidents or unwanted exploration. Even so, the occasional rumour persisted that certain Soviet or Polish officials had scoured parts of these tunnels right after the war, spiriting away any valuables they found. doubts and suspicions multiplied in the vacuum of reliable information. Where official pronouncements insisted nothing of value was hidden, some locals retorted that authorities were lying for fear of sparking chaos, or because they had already looted the site themselves. Over the decades, fascination with the rumoured Nazi gold train grew among amateur historians, conspiracy theorists, and adventurers from around the world. By the 1970s and 1980s, a few privately organised expeditions began to pop up. Individuals with metal detectors and climbing gear probed the hills, searching for hidden entrances. Thrill seekers with minimal equipment ventured into known Reese Project tunnels, sometimes risking cave-ins or noxious gases in an attempt to discover a hidden corridor that might lead to the fabled treasure. Newspapers occasionally carried sensational headlines claiming Nazi gold found, only for the story to unravel into confusion or disappointment when it became clear that nothing substantial had been unearthed. Skeptics pointed out that if a train truly remained sealed in a tunnel, the difficulty of accessing it would be monumental, requiring months, if not years, of excavation and specialized engineering. In time, as the Iron Curtain wavered and Poland shifted toward democracy in the late 1980s and early 1990s, curiosity about the treasure found new impetus. Western journalists, less restricted by censorship, could investigate the region's wartime mysteries. Documentaries featured interviews with elderly witnesses who recalled the final days of Nazi occupation. They spoke of trains at odd hours and SS guards who threatened local villagers with death if they pried too closely. The Reese Project tunnels captured global fascination. Massive corridors carved into mountainsides with unclear purpose, partially collapsed, drowned, or unexplored. Rare archival pictures showed forced labourers trudging into muddy shafts, while Nazi officers looked on. In these images, the cruelty and scale of Hitler's regime loomed visibly, reminding viewers that behind every rumour of gold and jewels lay the anguish and death of enslaved workers. Yet, the potency of potential treasure overshadowed the human cost in many retellings, leading explorers to approach the region with metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar, and unbridled optimism. By the 2000s, technology had advanced considerably, promising better capabilities for subterranean exploration. Ground-penetrating radar, GPR equipment, once bulky and limited, grew more portable and effective. Documentaries showcased teams scanning hillsides for anomalies, measuring subtle shifts in density that might indicate old train tracks or hidden chambers. Satellite imagery added a new dimension, allowing researchers to identify unusual topographical features that could be collapsed tunnels or artificial mounds. The local authorities, initially hesitant, began to see a potential boost in tourism from the renewed interest. Treasure hunters arrived from across Europe, booking hotels and sampling local restaurants, while spending their days combing the forests. Although many of these private expeditions failed to find anything more than rusted rails or abandoned bunkers, the idea of the Nazi gold train endured, buttressed by an ever-expanding network of enthusiasts convinced that just beneath the surface lay unimaginable wealth. In 2015, the legend of the Nazi gold train seized international headlines once again when two men, one Polish, one German, claimed they had compelling evidence of a hidden train near Wałbrzych. According to their story, they had used ground-penetrating radar to detect a shape consistent with an armoured train located deep beneath a hillside close to an existing railway line. Their announcement unleashed a media storm, with reporters converging on southwestern Poland. Eager for updates, social media buzzed with speculation. Historians and treasure hunters debated whether this was a genuine discovery or yet another false alarm. The local government, caught between caution and an eagerness to accommodate the global spotlight, instituted safety measures to prevent ill-prepared adventurers from destabilizing the site. For months, the purported find captured the public imagination. The men who made the announcement insisted that the visual data suggested a train, possibly loaded with valuables, was hidden in a sealed tunnel. Skeptics countered that ground-penetrating radar, while helpful, can produce ambiguous readings, especially in a region riddled with geological complexities, old mines and collapsed tunnels. Nonetheless, the allure of possibility had a gravitational pull on believers. They pointed out that some older railway maps did indicate a short spur or siding that abruptly ended in an embankment, fueling theories that the train had been deliberately entombed. Meanwhile, the Polish government commissioned an official examination of the site, bringing in army engineers and scientific experts. Teams used advanced scanning and even thermal imaging, but when the results were made public, they suggested no definitive evidence of a train. Though the men who initiated the claim disagreed, the official narrative concluded that the anomaly was more likely geological than man-made. Still, the fervour did not simply dissipate. Intriguing details bubbled forth, such as mention of metallic readings or anomalies that defied immediate explanation. Some observers noted that thorough excavation would be required to confirm or deny the presence of a train, but the endeavour of digging deep into a potentially unstable site carried enormous cost and risk. The local prefect stressed that reckless drilling could trigger a landslide or expose unexploded ordnance from the war. Sensing these hazards, the Polish government closed off the immediate area, leaving the site's secrets locked away beneath the soil. While mainstream coverage eventually died down, fervent believers continued pressing for a large-scale dig. They insisted that politics, money, or hidden agendas were preventing the truth from being exposed. The mania of 2015 revived older claims, dredging up testimonies from the post-war period. One often cited story recounted a Soviet unit discovering empty rail cars in a partially collapsed tunnel near Wałbrzych. Another claimed that shortly after the war, Polish troops found suspicious footprints leading away from a blast-sealed entrance, but no one had explosives or the inclination to investigate thoroughly in that chaotic era. Many of these accounts, typed on faded paper or scrawled in diaries, were contradictory, yet each made it clear that multiple parties had, at various times, sought evidence of Nazi loot in Lower Silesia. The train remained the prime suspect, an evocative symbol of hidden fortunes. Debates about the train's legitimacy raged among historians. A majority pointed out that official Nazi documentation from the war's final weeks was scarce, but there was no direct archival proof that a single train loaded with gold ever departed for these tunnels. They emphasized that while the Nazis undoubtedly stole vast quantities of valuables, scattered accounts of gold trains typically referred to smaller cargoes forcibly taken from concentration camp victims or other looting operations, with many documented journeys ending in Austria or other parts of Germany. To them, the Wałbrzych rumour was a local legend spun out of fear, confusion, and incomplete post-war memories. But supporters of the legend insisted that the absence of proof was hardly surprising, given the chaos, the secrecy of the SS, and the destruction of countless records. If the Reich intended to hide a fortune in an underground labyrinth, official paperwork might have been deliberately destroyed. They pointed to partial references in German or Polish archives, lists of cargo that vanished from Nazi records, testimonies from prisoners forced to load or unload crates, and eyewitness accounts of a heavily guarded train travelling into southwestern Poland and never emerging. At the heart of the debate lay a deeper question about memory and myth, about how communities reconstruct their past, and how war's final days produce swirling uncertainties. The Owl Mountains, with their labyrinthine hollows, had absorbed thousands of labourers' sweat and blood. The Riza project was real, as were the uncompleted subterranean complexes that still baffle engineers today. Some corridors lead nowhere, while others open into vast chambers that appear to have served no clear purpose. The documents referencing these expansions vanish abruptly in late 1944 or early 1945, suggesting a frantic push that ended in chaos. In a place where the boundaries between official directives and improvised efforts blurred, the possibility that an entire train could be hidden away seemed both implausible and curiously plausible at the same time. Renewed interest in the legend also stirred moral and ethical considerations. Many of the valuables the Nazis stole had belonged to Jewish families or to the national patrimony of occupied countries, meaning that if such a train were to be discovered intact, numerous stakeholders, descendants of victims, various governments, museums, would lay claim to the cargo. The prospect of rightful ownership sparked heated conversations. Some treasure hunters insisted that finders should keep a portion as a reward, while others argued that every piece of stolen wealth must be returned, if at all possible, to its rightful owners or to historical museums. Local Polish communities, for their part, hoped that any major discovery would bring a new wave of tourism and investment, provided that the rightful claims were honoured. Over time, the Nazi gold train mystery began to transcend its historical roots, morphing into a cultural phenomenon. Documentaries showcased dramatic reenactments, convoys rumbling through snowy forests, SS officers barking orders under flickering torchlight, labourers heaving crates of gold bars. Tourists flocked to the region for guided tours of the Riis tunnels and to poke around the rumoured sites, fueling a niche industry that combined local history with a sense of adventure. Each new rumour of a possible discovery, some cryptic reference in old Soviet archives, a new GPR test, reignited speculation. The pattern repeated: a flurry of excitement, official commentary, an anticlimax when no definitive proof emerged, and a gradual lull until the next rumour. By the late 2010s, some had grown weary of the cycle, dismissing the Nazi gold train as a modern myth built on half-truths and sensational headlines. Others continued to hold out hope. With each passing year, it seemed less likely that a large-scale official excavation would ever take place, unless new evidence provided a near-certain guarantee of success. The risk of environmental harm, plus the lack of consensus among experts, kept the quest in limbo. But the train retained its hold on the collective imagination, its ghostly steam whistle echoing through the corridors of popular culture. Indeed, the story endures in part because it touches on universal fascinations: secret Nazi plots, the final chaos of the war, looted art that may yet lie undiscovered, and the notion that history's atrocities could yield a hidden bounty waiting to be unearthed. The region around Wałbrzych still bears the scars of war and the complexities of shifting borders, making it fertile ground for lingering legends. The hills, forests, and hidden bunkers beckon the adventurous, while the local museum displays carefully curated exhibits on the Riza project, reminding visitors of the human suffering that accompanied any talk of treasure. For many, that dark context tempers the allure of gold, and yet the rumours persist. Some locals swear that on certain nights, if you stand near the old tracks, you can almost hear the faint rumble of a train passing through the tunnels, the clang of metal on metal echoing from decades past. As for the modern attempts and controversies, from a historical standpoint, the official line remains that there is no confirmed evidence of a Nazi gold train hidden in the Owl Mountains or around Wałbrzych. Extensive ground surveys, considered the best available science, have not yielded proof of a sealed railway car full of stolen riches. Proponents of the legend reject these conclusions, arguing that half measures and minimal test digs cannot conclusively debunk a possibility as large and complex as a buried train. They question the thoroughness of certain official investigations, hinting at bureaucratic or political reasons that might discourage the Polish state from acknowledging such a find. Conspiracies abound. Perhaps some fraction of the treasure was found decades ago by the Soviets, leaving behind little beyond rumour and illusions of a bigger haul. Or maybe, as more romantic souls propose, the entire fortune remains intact, a testament to the Reich's final act of clandestine cunning, its shimmering cargo awaiting rediscovery. In recent years, local tourism boards have subtly leaned into the mystery, offering gold train tours that explore the known Ries tunnels and examine sites rumoured to be near sealed entrances. Visitors come in droves, enthralled by the storyline of a missing convoy loaded with stolen wealth, captured by the haunting environment of partially collapsed passageways. Guides recount the war's final weeks, pointing at patches of collapsed rock, doorways that lead to nowhere, and waterlogged corridors that vanish into uncharted depths. Each retelling underscores the sense that this region might still harbour untold secrets, locked away by time and shifting geology. At the same time, local historians emphasise the importance of remembering the forced labourers who died building these facilities, reminding tourists that the myth of gold is built atop a foundation of tragedy. Thus, the narrative of the Nazi gold train remains unresolved, a potent blend of history, legend, and the unquenchable human desire for hidden treasure. Fact mingles with myth in an evolving tapestry that reflects both the chaos of 1945 and the complexity of how we interpret that chaos decades later. For some, it stands as an emblem of closure denied, a final Nazi secret that refuses to be settled. For others, it is a quixotic chase that distracts from more pressing historical recoveries, like identifying and returning looted artworks, or continuing to document the fate of concentration camp victims. But for everyone who has heard the story, believer or skeptic alike, the image of a train loaded with the spoils of a genocidal war, sealed away in a forgotten tunnel, carries an undeniable resonance, bridging the chasm between the brutal past and our modern compulsion to unearth the final truths of that era. One might stand on a ridge overlooking the valleys where the train supposedly passed, the wind curling through the tall pines, the quiet hum of modern traffic at the periphery of hearing. The forest canopy sways in unison, and the horizon is dominated by the old mountains, their slopes riddled with half-buried memories. If a person stands there long enough, they may sense that the ground itself holds stories that go beyond the mortal vantage point. The shadow of the war, the unthinkable cruelty, and the shards of hope or greed that drive people to keep searching for gold. It all coalesces into a feeling that the Nazi gold train saga is more than a mere treasure hunt. It is a reflection of how history lingers, refusing to be tidied up. So many secrets of World War II remain hidden in footnotes in the hush of the land, waiting for the right convergence of luck, technology, and will to bring them to light. Whether or not the legendary train is ever found, its myth has already carved a space in the tapestry of war's darkest days, a puzzle piece that may forever keep us wondering how much of the past remains buried, physically and metaphorically, beneath layers of dust and stone. At the close of it all, we are left with the unsettled question: does the train lie in silent darkness, a tomb of stolen gold and artistic masterpieces? Or is it merely a fable woven from the confusion of the Reich's last stand? The official stance leans towards skepticism, yet the persistence of the legend demonstrates that not every war secret is destined for easy explanation. In the hush of those dank tunnels, real or imagined, many have sought to find evidence of humanity's capacity for both theft and grandeur, stored away amid a swirl of rumors. Perhaps the real treasure is the lesson that emerges. History's shadows are never fully banished, and the illusions of finality can sometimes be undone by a single rumor, a single sign that something extraordinary remains just beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed or continually speculated upon. If the train is never found, that uncertainty may be its eternal legacy, an echo of 1945 that trembles beneath Polish soil, challenging us to wonder what other secrets remain locked in time's hidden vaults. In the autumn twilight of Depression-era New York, the skyline seemed cast in permanent shadow. Breadlines and shantytowns appeared in nearly every borough, haunting symbols of a country buckling under financial catastrophe. Yet even amid the strife, certain corners of the city still gleamed with illicit prosperity, places where whiskey-laden trucks rattled along cobblestone streets and men with hard eyes guarded vaults brimming with under-the-table profits. These enclaves belonged to the syndicates, the outfits, the men who made fortunes skirting the law. Dutch Schultz, born Arthur Flegenheimer, stood among those men like a silent juggernaut, ruthless in business, quick to anger, famed for the cunning mind that had turned him from a Bronx Street tough into a kingpin of the underworld. Schultz had carved his empire first by dominating beer distribution during Prohibition, forging alliances with men who carried firearms beneath their tailored coats. The city hummed with the tension he fostered. He ran speakeasies that entertained trembling politicians, bribed law enforcement to look the other way, and ensured that no competitor could dent his operation without retaliation swift as a gunshot in the night. While the papers often lavished attention on big names like Al Capone or Lucky Luciano, Dutch Schultz's name evoked a different sort of dread, a quiet, simmering brand of violence that might erupt at any moment. He had a short temper, they whispered, and a capacity for cruelty that even hardened mobsters found disturbing. As the 1930s trudged on, New York's impoverished masses endured bleak realities, standing in soup lines while gangsters like Schultz feasted in candlelit back rooms. Rumors circulated of hidden rooms stuffed with payroll envelopes, of secret compartments in the walls of rickety warehouses, of entire crates filled with jewels and cash. In the popular imagination, Schultz was the epitome of hoarded wealth during a time of want, an arrogant underworld baron who sat on a hoard that might rival the treasury of small nations. Yet, in reality, such stories were a patchwork of truth and exaggeration, a swirl of rumor that followed every gangster who managed to thrive in those desperate years. Still, something did set Schultz apart: his relentless war on the government's attempts to bring him down. Where other mobsters tried to avoid public battles with the authorities, Schultz flung insults at FBI agents and sneered at newspaper reports that predicted his downfall. He believed he was too clever and too rich to be taken down. But the forces aligned against him were formidable. Federal prosecutors wanted to make an example out of gangsters who robbed a starving country of tax revenue and threatened the fragile moral order. As prohibition ended, the government had new impetus to pursue racketeers who found alternative means to remain flush with illicit gains. The whispers began in earnest around 1934, when Schultz faced intensifying pressure from the law. A series of indictments threatened to corner him at last. Unsubstantiated rumors circulated through the smoky halls of Manhattan's nightclubs. Schultz, cornered by both the government and rival mob factions, had grown paranoid about losing everything. They said he stashed money away in upstate New York, somewhere in the Catskills, at a location known only to a tiny circle of trusted men. The talk was that he feared the day might come when he'd need to vanish into the countryside to escape the gaze of the law or a bullet from an enemy. In such dire straits, he'd need an easily accessible cache, enough money to start anew or simply to keep him afloat if all else failed. What better place than the misty woods and winding streams of upstate, where city eyes seldom roamed? At first, these rumours took shape as an anecdote, shared by a barkeep in one of Schultz's own watering holes. Then, an enforcer with a bruised lip swore he'd overheard talk of a treasure chest. Each retelling grew more elaborate. One version claimed that a battered steel safe, nearly as big as a man, was lowered into a secret hole in the ground, stuffed with thousands of dollars in small denominations, plus diamonds filched from city fences, plus bonds purchased under false names. Another rumoured that the stash was simply a few battered metal boxes, wrapped in oilcloth, stowed near an old pine not far from some half-collapsed cabin. The details shifted with every telling, but the idea remained consistent. Dutch Schultz had buried a fortune, somewhere in the hush of the Catskill Mountains. To outside ears it sounded like gangster folklore. After all, criminals hid money in countless ways: offshore accounts, bank vaults under aliases, discreet investments. Why lug boxes of currency into the wilderness like a modern pirate? Yet for those who knew Schultz, his suspicion of banks, his hair-trigger paranoia, his sense of drama, a half-crazed scheme to bury a treasure chest in the woods didn't seem so outlandish. He had boasted more than once that he never trusted accountants or safe deposit boxes, preferring to keep an eye on his earnings himself if possible. He spoke of banks as bloodsuckers, no better than the government that hounded him. Even as these stories gained momentum, Schultz's empire hung by a thread. The FBI and tax investigators hammered away at his operations. Grand juries indicted him for tax evasion, echoing the strategy that had toppled Capone. Though Schultz attempted to bribe jurors and sabotage prosecutions, the net tightened around him. Then came that final blow, a murder in a New Jersey restaurant, a savage double-cross that many believed was orchestrated by a rival faction, or perhaps even by the Commission, Organized Crime's makeshift council, who saw Schultz's reckless defiance of the law as an existential threat to their more measured approach. Whatever the reason, the bullets found their mark. Dutch Schultz was shot and mortally wounded in the Palace Chop House in Newark on October 23, 1935. In the hospital, delirious and reeling from blood poisoning that set in after surgery, he rambled in a series of cryptic final words. Nurses hovered by his bedside, accompanied by detectives who hoped to glean a confession or a clue to missing funds. Journalists arrived like vultures, pen in hand, ready to scribble down every nonsensical phrase that poured from his feverish mind. In his twisted stream of consciousness, Schultz muttered about French-Canadian bean soup, "Mother, my dream is to make a movie," and strings of unconnected references that baffled everyone who heard them. Yet woven into the madness were strange references that might, just might, point to the rumoured hidden fortune. He murmured something about the boy, the pig and the dog, something about ash heap out there, big enough for 6, and a mention of up there, as though speaking of a place removed from city streets. He died on October 24th, his secrets sealed behind the unblinking lids of a man who never had reason to trust the living. The nation's papers erupted in coverage, while some ridiculed his final utterances as meaningless drivel, others latched onto them as a puzzle. Had the gangster, in his final delirium, tried to name the site of his hidden treasure? Did those references to up there or the cat or any other cryptic phrase hint at a hillside or farm in the Catskills? Such speculation gave birth to an obsession. People wondered if Dutch Schultz's legacy included a literal pot of gold in the mountains. As the smoke cleared, no official record of hidden funds emerged. The government seized what they could from his immediate assets, but the rumoured stash in upstate New York, if it existed, eluded them. Within weeks of Schultz's death, curious individuals ventured into the Catskills, many guided by half-baked leads. They knocked on the doors of old farmhouses, questioning owners about strange sightings, men digging in the moonlight, trucks rattling along backwoods roads. They pored over newspapers, hoping to decode some meaning in his final babblings. A few self-appointed treasure hunters actually pored over maps, scanning for anything that might be linked to the gangster's labyrinthine references. Though the immediate mania died down, it set in motion a decades-long quest for Dutch Schultz's rumoured hidden fortune. In the swirl of rumour and old-time gangster lore, another element emerged. Did law enforcement or rival mobsters scurry to claim the stash right after Schultz's demise? If so, they kept quiet. The official line was that, yes, there were rumours, but no credible evidence. The underworld's code of silence, combined with the vastness of the Catskills region, made it all but impossible to glean the truth. People who claimed inside knowledge vanished into anonymity. Meanwhile, newspaper stories about the ghost of Dutch Schultz's treasure persisted, fueling a trickle of fortune hunters who roamed the forests with shovels and metal detectors. Some found worthless bits of metal, rusted scrap, rotting stumps, or the occasional coin from a different era altogether. None uncovered a gangster's hoard. Over time, the legend took on a life of its own. In juke joints and taverns from the Bronx to the Adirondacks, storytellers spun tall tales of stumbling upon boxes marked with the initials DS, or hearing shotgun blasts in the night as unknown protectors warded off intruders. The truth was that few outside Schultz's immediate circle, if any, could confirm the location, and with each year that passed, the memory of exactly where he might have buried his money slipped further into myth. The Catskill forests changed with every season, streams altering course, trees falling in storms, new roads built. Even the ephemeral clues that might once have identified the site were lost beneath time's relentless push. For decades, Dutch Schultz's hidden fortune remained an undercurrent in gangster lore, overshadowed in mainstream memory by more flamboyant stories of the mafia's ascension. Yet among certain circles, treasure hunting enthusiasts, local historians and curious outlaws, it remained a siren call, a promise that somewhere in the hush of upstate New York, a chest or a steel box waited, stuffed with money that had once corrupted city politicians and lined the pockets of killers. The gangsters' final hours, riddled with cryptic words, formed the only map they had, each phrase dissected for hidden meaning. Here and there, a new rumour surfaced, a new discovery was claimed. but the core mystery never quite unraveled. When the chaos of the 1930s receded into history, Dutch Schultz's fortune lingered like a footnote in broader stories of organised crime. Many a gangster's hoard was rumoured to exist: Capone's vault, bank heists loot stashed in remote cabins, but none carried the raw romanticism that clung to the notion of an old-school gangster lugging his ill-gotten gains into the wild. And so ended the first act of this saga, an underworld king undone by violence, leaving behind only his delirious, coded final words to ignite the imaginations of those who believe that treasure, once hidden, never entirely disappears. Decades passed, and with them came a curious evolution in the legend of Dutch Schultz's hidden fortune. No longer a whisper that circulated only among old-time mob associates or local barkeeps, it grew into a well-known piece of American folklore, attracting dreamers far removed from the gangster's heyday. The Catskills, once a summer playground for city dwellers escaping the heat, became for some the potential site of a grand payday. Over the years, as families picnicked by scenic lakes and hikers ventured up mountain trails, treasure hunters prowled the forests with metal detectors, shovels and compasses, hoping each beep of the machine might herald the discovery of a gangster's bounty. Journalists occasionally revived the story, featuring it in Sunday supplements. They reprinted excerpts of Schultz's dying words, those cryptic lines that seemed to hint at hidden locations. People pored over them as though they were lines from an ancient oracle, dissecting every vague phrase for references to the region's geography. French-Canadian bean soup might have something to do with a local diner known for its soup, or it could be a coded allusion to a place with a French name. The boy, the pig, and the dog might refer to a farm that once raised pigs and dogs, or it might be pure nonsense. For each interpretive guess, a new tangent emerged, fueling the desire to investigate another stretch of the Catskills. In time, a small subculture formed. Clubs dedicated to seeking hidden gold, amateur historians who compiled archives of news clippings about Dutch Schultz's activities, and professional treasure hunters who combined advanced technology, ground-penetrating radar or GPS mapping, with old-fashioned detective work. They traced Schultz's known travels in upstate New York, found records of lodging houses he might have used, and interviewed descendants of local residents who claimed a parent or grandparent had spied men burying something suspicious in the middle of the night. The usual testimonies varied wildly in reliability. Some insisted they had heard wagon wheels clattering on a certain trail near midnight. Others claimed their father once saw Dutch's men brandishing guns, telling him to scram near an abandoned barn. Nothing was conclusively verified, but the intangible allure only grew stronger. Books on the subject proliferated, each offering a slightly different spin on the question: did Dutch Schultz truly bury a fortune, or was it simply gangster myth? One argument pointed out that mob bosses rarely handled massive sums of physical cash so directly. Money circulated through fronts, laundered in clandestine bank accounts. Another line of thinking was that a man as paranoid as Schultz would have insisted on some measure of tangible security, especially when his life was threatened from all sides. If this latter stance was correct, perhaps the stash was indeed out there, quietly gathering dust while modern hikers wandered obliviously overhead. Stories of near finds and dashed hopes became part of Catskills lore. An old caretaker near Phoenicia once insisted he'd come upon a rotting trunk, only to discover it contained decaying newspapers and worthless receipts. A group of thrill seekers from New Jersey claim they discovered a clearing with suspicious soil disturbance, but found nothing more than a rusted horseshoe, presumably from a farm that had closed down in the 1920s. the local population developed a resigned amusement toward these city slickers tramping about with shovels. To some, it was a nuisance that trampled farmland. To others, it was a small boon. Curious treasure hunters occasionally spent money in local shops or rented cabins, fueling a minor tourism economy around the myth. Occasionally, a lost map or coded note would surface, purportedly penned by one of Schultz's henchmen. Some turned out to be blatant forgeries. Others were simply too vague to be useful. One widely circulated note read, "Take road to Black Rock, follow stream 30 paces from Old Oak, DS stash here." Scores of people tried to decipher which Black Rock the note referred to. There were dozens in the region. They studied topographical changes over decades, identified oak species, and measured streams in paces. Nothing yielded a definitive result. Nonetheless, the note found its way into countless articles, each proclaiming it might be the key to $1 million find. One of the more compelling claims emerged in the 1950s when an elderly man from Monticello said he had assisted Schultz and a partner in burying a locked box near a fallen pine. He described the box as quite large, requiring both men to lug it across uneven terrain. His recollection placed them not far from a ridge that overlooked a narrow valley. According to his story, he'd been paid a few $100s to keep silent and never show his face again. Skeptics pointed out that the timeline of his involvement clashed with known records of Schultz's movements. There was no proof the gangster had been in that area at that time. Others argued that such a minor discrepancy might be explained away. A flurry of digging took place in the Monticello outskirts, holes pockmarking private land, all to no avail. The elderly man died soon after, his story unverified, his claims sinking back into the general swirl of legend. To further complicate matters, rumours circulated within certain underworld circles that the money had, in fact, been recovered decades earlier, perhaps not long after Schultz's death. Some said a surviving lieutenant of his quietly retrieved the loot, splitting it with a few associates. This theory found traction among those who noted that the underworld seldom leaves easy pickings in the ground for others to find. If there was indeed a stash, wouldn't his men or even rival gangsters have scoured the site quickly? The counter-argument was that Schultz hadn't told anyone exactly where the treasure lay, and by the time they realized he was gone for good, it was too late. Only he had known the precise spot. The puzzle was unsolvable if the sole key had died with him. Speculation that the government might have seized the money was largely discounted, given the official record showing that authorities recovered only modest sums from Schultz's immediate assets. No large deposit of gangster wealth was listed in the months or years following his demise. The FBI files, partly declassified in later decades, contained passing references to rumors about upstate stashes, but no documented find. If the Bureau had discovered something, they never publicized it, leaving the matter open to any number of conspiratorial interpretations. By the late 20th century, Dutch Schultz's hidden fortune had become a staple of local tourism brochures, along with placards referencing famed sites in gangster lore. Small museums in the area displayed old newspaper clippings about the man. Occasionally, a TV crew arrived, filming documentary segments about America's greatest lost treasures, featuring interviews with historians who debated the plausibility of a gangster burying a large sum. The old transcripts of Schultz's delirious final words remained an irresistible lure, read aloud in somber, dramatic tones by documentary narrators. Some lines indeed felt like they were describing a path or a warning to potential seekers. Others were pure madness, but that was the essence of the riddle. Did mania obscure the truth, or inadvertently reveal it. Amid this backdrop, serious treasure hunters continued their quest, employing updated methods. New scanning technology allowed deeper searches, though the stony Catskill soil and thick forestation posed challenges for accurate readings. Some took to systematically charting every possible route Schultz might have travelled. They studied property records from the 1930s, analysing who owned remote tracts of land, cross-referencing with any known gangster associates. A few found promising leads, short-term rentals taken out under suspicious aliases, trips that Schultz's men allegedly made for fishing or hunting, but might have been for digging or burying. Yet, again and again, the efforts yielded no treasure, only more speculation. Of course, that didn't stop each generation from respinning the story. Younger seekers with sharper digging tools and higher-tech metal detectors replaced the older dreamers. Each took a turn at unravelling the puzzle, combing the same sections of forest, trudging through overgrown meadows, shining flashlights in old root cellars. Some found bits of gangster-era nostalgia, spent shell casings, whiskey bottles from old speakeasies, occasional relics from logging camps, but the fabled steel box stuffed with $100 bills, gold coins, or stolen jewelry remained elusive. One might easily conclude the entire thing had been invented from the start. Yet, in a sense, the legend needed no confirmation to thrive. American culture loves an outlaw story, especially one that ends with a romantic notion of buried loot. Dutch Schultz's tale had all the right ingredients: a flamboyant gangster, violent ends, cryptic final words, an expansive wilderness. Even skeptics had to admit the scenario was compelling. Perhaps the real mystery wasn't so much, is there gold in those hills, as it was, why do we so fervently chase the idea of gangster gold? Historians observe that during times of economic hardship or social uncertainty, the promise of hidden treasure resonates powerfully, a dream that defies the bleakness of the moment. In the Great Depression, it might have offered hope. In modern times, it's an escape from the mundanity of daily life. Local residents found ways to live alongside the myth. In certain diners along Route 28 near the heart of the Catskills, you might hear an old-timer telling tall tales to tourists, regaling them with stories about a friend's cousin who supposedly dug up a silver dollar dated 1928 near Phoenicia's outskirts. The men listening at the counter, either bored or indulgent, would nod in half amusement, stirring their coffee. The knowledge that no definitive find had been made after all these years only fanned the flames. Unfound treasure is always more tantalizing than treasure claimed. Periodically, claims surfaced that the mafia or some vestige of Schultz's old network might have kept an eye on the region, ensuring that if the hoard was ever discovered, the finders would vanish quietly. Such tales possessed a certain cinematic flair but lacked substance. Organised crime had shifted focus long ago. What interest would modern syndicates have in chasing a near-century-old rumour? Still, the idea that a quiet caretaker or a mysterious black sedan might appear if one came too close to the real location made for a chilling story around a campfire. By the time the 21st century arrived, Dutch Schultz was a figure half forgotten in mainstream culture, overshadowed by bigger gangster legends. But in corners of upstate lore, his name remained an incantation for hidden gold. Online forums dedicated to treasure hunting discussed him regularly, analysing satellite images and historical topographic maps. They traced the path of old rail lines that might have carried him out of the city. They flagged uncharted logging roads that disappeared after the 1930s. They swapped theories about which of his final words were truly meaningful. The best guess, some insisted, was a location near Esopus Creek, or maybe an abandoned farm near Pine Hill. Yet for all the modern technology, for all the collectively shared data, the ground in the Catskills kept its secrets. Each passing year layered leaves, dirt, and new growth upon the old paths. Streams changed course, farmland returned to forest, and dilapidated shacks collapsed into the earth. If there ever was a physical stash, it might be lost beyond retrieval, rotted away or claimed by the slow turning of the seasons. Or, as many believed, it might be pristine still, waiting just beneath the surface in a rusted container, a silent relic of the days when a man named Dutch Schultz thought his empire unbreakable. And so the swirling array of theories continued. Some maintain that the treasure was spirited away. Others hold that the gangster's final words, French-Canadian bean soup and so forth, were precisely that, fevered madness with no hidden meaning. Still, the idea that an entire fortune could remain hidden, like a silent echo of the Depression's darkest nights, draws men and women to the Catskills with picks and dreams in equal measure. After all, maybe the next spadeful of earth will unearth the stash that generations have pursued in vain. In the end, Dutch Schultz's hidden fortune stands as a testament to a particular brand of American myth-making, born from the grit of prohibition, nurtured by the glitz of gangster lore, and sustained by the universal thrill of a treasure hunt. Whether it was real or phantom, it exemplifies the power of whispered tales to outlast their original era. The gangster himself might have vanished under a hail of bullets, but the legend remains evergreen, reinvented in each telling, coaxed along by each new rumor. And the Catskills, with their quiet lakes and forested ridges, their old logging roads and secret glens, serve as the perfect stage for that legend to play out, generation after generation, a living story of what might still lie buried beneath the soil, and of all the ghosts that roam the hills, searching for a fortune that may never have existed at all. In the early days of April 1865, a tremor of dread swept through the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia. Cannons thundered in the distance, the sky turned grey with swirling smoke, and the once proud city, cradle of a Southern cause, braced itself for a collapse that appeared all but inevitable. The Confederacy, racked by resource shortages and battlefield defeats, now faced the arrival of Union forces at its doorstep. Within the marble halls where Jefferson Davis and his cabinet had once held firm, frenetic activity replaced the genteel routines of government. Messengers scurried about, forging new directives with trembling hands. Advisors whispered rumors of evacuation and a last-ditch retreat. The grand dream of Southern independence, which had driven the region to 4 years of a bloody conflict, now shuddered on the edge of ruin. Just outside the Capitol building, supply wagons rumbled along muddy streets, carrying not just the belongings of officials, but also the remnants of the Confederate treasury. Crates of gold coins, silver bullion, and bundles of currency, its printing still fresh from the presses, were loaded under tense supervision. Confederate officers, some in crisp grey uniforms adorned with the tarnished glimmer of rank insignia, attempted to impose a semblance of order, barking instructions to labourers who hoisted heavy chests onto waiting wagons. The troops nearby, gaunt from months of ration cuts, watched this spectacle with hollow eyes. They recognized that the cargo they guarded was the last vestige of the Confederacy's financial lifeblood, a fortune that might yet fund a reconstituted army, or guarantee the personal escape of the government's top officials if everything else fell to ruin. Officials insisted the gold and currency must not be allowed to fall into northern hands. This hoard, once meant to underwrite the dream of a sovereign nation, now represented a desperate lifeline, a means to sustain the cause in exile, or at least to prevent a humiliating seizure by the advancing Union. Shortly after midnight on April 2, 1865, telegraph lines hummed with urgent dispatches. General Robert E. Lee, pinned down in Petersburg, had informed Jefferson Davis that the Confederate lines were about to break. Richmond's evacuation would need to occur at once. Townspeople heard these announcements in hushed despair, glimpsing flickers of lamplight as families packed valuables into trunks and prepared to flee. The streets became a cacophony of hooves, wagon wheels, and the shouts of officers trying to coordinate retreat. Fleeing government officials and their families jostled with civilian refugees who had nowhere else to go. Smoke rose from buildings hastily set afire to prevent Northern forces from capturing Confederate supplies. In that maelstrom, Davis and his entourage boarded a train bound for Danville, Virginia, with the precious cargo of the Confederate treasury loaded in parallel. Guards armed with rifles stood watch at every stop. It was well understood that lawlessness hovered on the margins, ready to leap forth the moment the chain of command snapped. The route to Danville proved tense and chaotic. Confederate commissioners, clerks, and staff, their eyes ringed with exhaustion, tried to keep track of the crates, each containing coin, bullion, or minted currency. In the confusion of the moment, records were hastily scrawled, signed by harried quartermasters who had no time to double-check figures. Any semblance of tidy bookkeeping vanished amid the swirl of displaced families, panicked discussions, and the rumble of artillery in the distance. New rumors circulated among the rank and file. Some said the treasure far exceeded the official tallies, that countless private donations of jewelry and gold had been mixed in. Others claimed that the wagons carried not just government reserves, but also the personal fortunes of high-ranking Confederate leaders. Desperation inflamed speculation, and the murkiness of the official ledgers, exacerbated by last-minute additions, ensured future historians would have no clear sense of exactly how much wealth left Richmond on those final trains. Arriving in Danville, Davis declared the town the new seat of the Confederate government, even though Union forces were closing in from multiple directions. For a brief span, scarcely more than a week, Danville served as a final capital with desperate measures enacted. While Davis tried to project confidence in official proclamations, behind closed doors the cabinet members argued about the next move. Their predicament was dire. Lee's army of Northern Virginia was on the brink of surrender, and without Lee's formidable leadership in the field, the Confederacy's other forces were unlikely to hold out for long. Under these grim realities, the gold and currency grew in importance. It was said that Davis's traveling retinue contained millions in gold alone, though the exact figure varied widely in different accounts. The route south seemed the only hope, aiming to link up with the remains of General Joseph E. Johnston's forces in North Carolina, or to push beyond toward the Gulf of Mexico in an attempt to re-establish some coherent defense. But within days, news arrived of Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th. The shock reverberated through Davis's circle with the force of a cannon blast. Panic spread through the government's ranks, though Davis himself refused to concede defeat. A new wave of refugees joined the caravan, bringing new wagons, new crates, and new confusion. Local volunteers contributed more silver plate or gold coins, hoping to support the government's flight or to keep their valuables out of Union hands. The road southward became clogged with muddied cavalry units, battered supply trains, and shattered battalions straggling in the wake of Lee's capitulation. In that environment of swirling dust and misery, the Confederate gold slipped further into rumour. Townsfolk watched from doorways as Davis's entourage passed, stirring a mix of pity, awe, and resentment. Some saw it as the last faint ember of a lost cause, while others, grumbling under their breath, suspected that the officials would vanish with a hoard meant to underwrite the soldiers' pay. As Davis and his circle headed deeper into the Carolinas, the formal structure of command began disintegrating. Surrender negotiations bloomed in various pockets as generals in the Western Theater contemplated their next moves. Confederate officials traveling through rugged terrain discovered that reliable communications were nearly impossible. Bands of guerrillas wandered the countryside, as did deserters from both armies, some eager for loot. Protecting the treasury caravan became more complicated by the day. Historians would later highlight how the basic fear of robbery or mutiny might have prompted Davis's men to break the cargo into smaller units, distributing it among several wagons that travelled separately for security. Missing or partial documents from Confederate quartermasters would eventually hint that certain crates, labelled by obscure codes or missing any label at all, departed from the main group and simply never rejoined. Some watchers concluded these vanished shipments were pilfered by unscrupulous escorts or local bandits, while others believed these breakaway wagons were part of a plan to hide portions of the hoard in safe locations. Indeed, as the caravan pressed southward, local stories sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. In farmhouses or crossroads taverns, frightened civilians whispered of Confederate officials paying for supplies with gold coins minted decades earlier, or with currency so newly printed that the ink smudged under one's fingers. Some claimed that small chests had been buried at night in remote hollows, or beneath stands of pine trees, hurriedly concealed in the blackness, with only cryptic notations in a ledger to mark their whereabouts. Federal cavalry patrols trailing the refugee columns heard rumors that Davis's men might be burying treasure to retrieve later. The knowledge that Union forces were looming ever closer spurred the traveling Confederate government to keep on the move, halting only briefly in towns like Greensboro, North Carolina, then continuing the frantic push into South Carolina and Georgia. Each stop, each hurried departure amplified the confusion of tallies and the possibility that gold and currency might go missing. Amid this chaotic flight, the sense of Confederate unity unraveled. With every new day, as the magnitude of defeat grew undeniable, Confederate soldiers melted away to return home, believing the cause lost. Officers who had once sworn loyalty to the government now found themselves worrying about personal survival, seeing the gold-laden wagons as a tantalizing prize. Davis's circle fought bitter internal tensions, with some urging that they scatter the gold to prevent Union capture, others insisting it remain consolidated to finance the next phase of resistance. Factions formed, trust frayed, and the roiling mix of paranoia and desperation gave rise to contradictory actions. A handful of crates disappeared under suspicious circumstances, fueling whispered accusations of theft. Though Davis tried to enforce discipline, the dissolution of the Confederate war effort, multiplied by the hardships of constant flight, made it nearly impossible to maintain full control. Eventually, Jefferson Davis and his party reached Washington, Georgia in early May 1865, exhausted and demoralized. It was here that the final shreds of Confederate governmental authority slipped away. With federal patrols closing in, Davis and his cabinet scattered. Before they parted, they attempted one last formal division of the Treasury funds, doling out pay to escorting troops and government clerks, hoping to preserve some semblance of honor and settle debts. This distribution, chaotic and poorly documented, only added to the swirling confusion. Precisely how many gold coins were handed out, how much remained in official crates, and who made off with unrecorded sums would soon become a matter of endless speculation. Within days, Davis was captured by Union forces near Irwinville, Georgia, on May 10th. Soldiers rummaging through the baggage he carried found some gold and silver, but nothing on the scale rumored to be the entire Confederate hoard. In the weeks that followed, once Davis was a prisoner, federal authorities attempted to locate and seize the remaining Confederate treasury. Yet the money trail had gone cold. Soldiers rounded up stragglers and rummaged through wagons found in pine forests or abandoned along muddy riverbanks. Sometimes they uncovered only worthless Confederate bills, damp and crumbling. Sometimes a stash of coins turned up, but it was a mere fraction of what the legends claimed. Forensic reconstruction of the accounts was nearly impossible. All that remained were partial ledgers, contradictory testimonies from weary quartermasters, and a swirl of rumours that the gold had been buried in a variety of hiding spots across multiple states. Town gossips insisted that in the final hours, Confederate officials had secreted away the lion's share of the treasury, anticipating either a future resurgence or their own personal benefit if the war was truly lost. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, a legend was born. The tale of the lost Confederate gold, vanished under the swirl of an ignominious retreat and rumoured to lie scattered across the backwoods of Georgia, Alabama, and the Carolinas. While Union authorities managed to recover some portion of the remaining treasury, particularly silver coin and worthless currency, large segments of the gold were never accounted for. The new US government found itself uncertain about how much truly existed in the first place, leading some to suspect that enormous sums had slipped beyond their grasp. For those who had lived through the conflict, the notion that chests of gold might be hidden beneath the red clay or along some forgotten back road carried both intrigue and bitterness. Many Southerners, devastated by defeat and the economic chaos of Reconstruction, latched onto the rumour that an unclaimed fortune lay somewhere nearby. Perhaps, if discovered, it could restore a measure of dignity, or at least some financial reprieve, to a battered region. Thus ends Part 1, with Confederate officials scattering in the face of imminent capture, the gold-laden wagons dividing and disappearing amid the southern roads, and the aura of an enduring mystery taking hold. The desperate flight from Richmond had set in motion a sprawling treasure tale, one destined to capture imaginations for generations to come. A story that straddled the boundary between truth and legend, fueled by the hazy records of a collapsing regime and the fervent hopes of those who dreamed that all was not lost. The final days of the war thus provided the perfect crucible for a riddle that would weave itself through the tapestry of post-war Southern folklore and beyond. In the months following the Confederacy's collapse, the American South endured the convulsions of Reconstruction. Union troops patrolled streets once dominated by Confederate gray. Newly emancipated men and women sought to navigate the uncertain terrain of freedom, and broken railways and farms struggled to revive under a smouldering economy. Within this setting, the question of the lost Confederate gold festered like an unhealed wound. Freed from wartime censorship, newspapers across the reeling South, and some in the triumphant North, ran sensational stories hinting that vast sums of gold remained unaccounted for. Every retelling added new details. Davis's caravan was rumoured to have carried $5 million in gold, or $8 million, or some astronomical figure that dwarfed the region's battered finances. Some accounts placed the hidden fortune in quiet hamlets across Georgia or Alabama, while others insisted that the gold had been spirited all the way to Florida's coast in a desperate bid for shipment to Cuba. Amateur investigators, often local men who had served in the Confederate Army, took it upon themselves to chase leads. Whispers emerged of nighttime expeditions to unearth Confederate caches in remote corners of the countryside. A farmer in southwestern Georgia might discover a patch of freshly turned earth near a creek bed and launch into speculation that a chest of gold lay beneath, fueling an impromptu dig that turned up only tree roots and clay. In small towns, strangers arrived with battered diaries or rumour-laden charts claiming to have clues gleaned from the statements of a dying Confederate quartermaster. These hunts and tall tales created both excitement and suspicion. The local populace, beleaguered by financial hardship, yearned for a miracle that might ease the burden of taxes and ruin. At the same time, unscrupulous opportunists saw a chance to peddle fake maps or to pose as Confederate veterans privy to coded instructions for finding the gold. Strange stories flared up with occasional consistency, weaving a tapestry of half-believed legends. In one instance, a clerk from the Confederate Treasury turned up dead in rural Alabama under mysterious circumstances, fueling talk that he had been on the verge of revealing the location of a hidden hoard. Another rumor centered on an ex-Confederate colonel who displayed unaccountable wealth, purchasing land and lavish furnishings, yet refused to discuss the origin of his fortune. Neighbors speculated that he had found a cache of the lost gold. The swirl of allegations, betrayals, and sudden disappearances added a grim layer to the puzzle. Truth and fabrication mingled freely, forming a shadowy realm of suspicion that both enthralled and alarmed communities struggling to rebuild. These quiet tragedies and persistent rumors attracted the attention of federal investigators, who, despite the conclusion of the war, harbored an interest in any leftover Confederate funds that might be used to foment insurrection or evade Reconstruction policies. Agents sent into the field found themselves mired in contradictory testimonies. Locals often refused to cooperate, resenting what they saw as an overreach from a Northern-led government. Some individuals, hoping to keep potential treasure for themselves, invented misleading tales or claimed ignorance. While the government did manage to recover small sums here and there, stashes of Confederate currency hidden in barns, or a few gold coins that a deserter had stored under a floorboard, it never found the massive windfall that rumors described. Over time, official interest waned, overshadowed by the complexities of restoring a fractured nation and the day-to-day struggles of implementing Reconstruction. Nevertheless, the public's fascination with the missing gold only grew. Into the late 19th century, traveling journalists penned grand narratives about the vanished millions of the Confederate government. Sensational dime novels embroidered on these themes, depicting rogues and gallant widows in search of illicit fortunes beneath moss-laden live oaks. Local histories published in small print runs perpetuated contradictory versions of events, each claiming a more accurate vantage than the next. A labyrinth of confessions emerged. An ailing ex-officer on his deathbed declared that he personally helped bury crates near the Georgia-Alabama line. A letter discovered in an attic suggested that 2 wagons split off from Davis's entourage around Macon, never to be seen again. Fact-checking these claims proved virtually impossible. Official war records, themselves incomplete, gave only the slightest hints about the Treasury's final distribution. Amid the swirl of stories, certain key episodes stood out. Perhaps the most famous involved a band of Confederate officers who regrouped briefly near Abbeville, Georgia, after the war's official end, supposedly carrying a portion of the treasury in 2 wagons. Their subsequent disappearance, Some said they were robbed and killed, others that they quietly integrated back into society, became a staple of local lore. Old-timers would mention seeing battered wagons and men in threadbare uniforms passing at dusk, heading into the pine barrens from which they never emerged. Similar accounts popped up in South Carolina, especially around the town of Cokesbury, where tradition held that a lost Confederate wagon train had been overtaken by outlaws. Some versions ended in bloodshed, while others claim the men successfully concealed the gold before scattering under assumed names. In the absence of hard documentation, these anecdotes fueled a sense of the uncanny, ghostly caravans trailing after a lost cause. In parallel, another angle captured imaginations. Perhaps the gold had never been lost at all. Whispers circulated that high-ranking Confederate officials had quietly split the fortune among themselves, carrying it across the Atlantic to invest in foreign banks, or using it to restart their lives in the North or overseas. Conspiracists seized upon the notion that Jefferson Davis, though captured with only a modest sum, had orchestrated a cunning scheme to ensure his personal fortune. The historical record, by and large, does not support such claims. Davis lived in modest circumstances after his release from prison, reliant on the generosity of benefactors. But the rumours persisted, injecting further intrigue. Another rumour pointed to the possibility that the Confederate gold had financed secret societies or paramilitary groups like the Ku Klux Klan in the post-war years, providing an underground war chest for those resisting Reconstruction. Yet verifiable evidence tying the lost treasury to such activities remains sparse. In time, the notion of the lost Confederate gold took on a folkloric stature comparable to legends of pirate loot or hidden Aztec treasure. Each region in the South seemed to boast a local story or two, often tied to an obscure hill, creek, or cave. The proliferation of these tales frustrated scholars, who sought to separate the plausible from the patently fabricated. Even so, the kernel of possibility, anchored in the documented chaos of Davis's retreat, lingered. Certain sites gained reputations as hot spots for treasure seekers, leading entrepreneurial locals to charge fees for outsiders wanting to dig or explore. Tools for metal detection advanced, prompting new waves of hopeful explorers. Time and again, these efforts yielded little but rusted artifacts, battered bullets, or the occasional Confederate button, leaving the gold question unanswered. Among the strangest accounts were those involving suspicious deaths. In the late 1800s, a man claiming to be a Confederate lieutenant approached a local scribe in Milledgeville, Georgia, offering to sell a map that supposedly revealed the final resting place of 2 large crates of gold. When asked to produce more proof, the man refused and left town abruptly. Days later, he was found drowned in a nearby river. This tale of a man with critical knowledge meeting an untimely end, repeated in other variations across Alabama and the Carolinas, fueling the storyline that a secret cabal of ex-Confederates might be eliminating anyone who threatened to reveal their hidden wealth. Critics dismiss these narratives as sensational tall tales, but they cast a long shadow, giving the legend a haunted dimension that blended seamlessly with the Gothic undercurrents of post-war Southern culture. As the 20th century dawned, the South evolved through Reconstruction's aftermath. Jim Crow's institutionalized segregation and economic transitions. Yet stories of the Confederate gold never fully dissipated. During the Great Depression, desperate individuals sometimes roamed the countryside with shovels and picks, latching onto any rumor that might yield salvation in the form of a hidden chest. In these lean years, newspaper columns occasionally revisited the old legends, sometimes ridiculing them, sometimes feeding them. A traveling treasure hunter from Ohio might arrive, brandishing purported Civil War diaries only to depart empty-handed and ridiculed. Local families, suspicious of outsiders, guarded their own stories with care, passing them down in hush-toned family lore. In certain households, a battered ledger or a faded letter from an ancestor who fought in the Confederate Army was treated like a religious relic, potential proof of a secret path to unimaginable wealth. After World War II, with America shifting into a modern era, a new wave of amateur historians and Civil War enthusiasts, equipped with better archival research methods, scrutinized the question anew. They dug into state archives, old courthouse records, and personal diaries, seeking clues about the last movements of Davis's entourage. They uncovered the complexity of the Confederate Treasury's final expenditures, paying troops, bribing officials, distributing funds to bury the dead or care for wounded soldiers, and recognized how labyrinthine the official accounts had become. Their conclusions generally showed that much of the gold was indeed spent or seized in dribs and drabs along the route, leaving only a fraction truly unaccounted for. Yet fraction was a relative term. Even a small fraction of what might have travelled in the treasury could amount to a staggering sum. And that gap was big enough to preserve the allure that a substantial cache might still be buried beneath a century of accumulated earth and pine needles. Competing theories emerged among researchers. One school of thought argued that the vast majority of the gold was simply dispersed in small increments throughout the final weeks, paying for supplies, bribes, or soldier wages, leaving little behind for a singular treasure. Another insisted that Davis, or his top advisors, had arranged to deposit a large portion in banks in Europe or Canada, hoping to retrieve it once the Confederacy re-emerged, an event that obviously never came to pass. A third faction held fast to the classic buried wagon narrative, contending that at least one wagon containing hundreds of thousands in gold coins had strayed from the main route and been hidden somewhere in Georgia's backwoods, or perhaps in Alabama or the Carolinas. Lacking definitive proof to champion any single explanation, these theories coexisted in uneasy tension, fueling arguments at Civil War roundtable discussions and historical conferences. By the late 20th century, the legend had solidified as a fixture of American lore. Popular culture references abounded in novels, films, and documentaries. Some historical tourism ventures highlighted the path of Jefferson Davis, allowing travelers to follow the approximate route of the Confederate retreat, lingering at spots rumored to hold leftover gold. Local economies occasionally benefited from the steady stream of curious visitors, while more academic historians lamented the sensationalism overshadowing the gritty realities of post-war suffering. Despite the occasional grumble about hype, the story retained its undeniable magnetism, an intersection of war, desperation, and the enduring human fascination with hidden fortune. Modern technology added new layers to the search. Ground-penetrating radar, drones, and advanced metal-detecting equipment allowed more systematic surveys of old roads, suspected burial sites, and collapsed earthen mounds. Although these efforts sometimes turned up interesting Civil War artifacts, musket balls, belt buckles, fragments of uniform buttons, they did not yield any mother lode of gold. Yet each wave of exploration put forth new claims of anomalies or suspicious shapes beneath farmland, spiking excitement, only to end in anticlimax. Meanwhile, genealogists combed through the lineages of Confederate officers, hoping to find a clue in a family letter or an offhand mention in an heirloom ledger. While such pursuits sometimes clarified small pieces of the puzzle, like which officer travelled on which route, they rarely brought closure. The question of the lost Confederate gold remained as elusive as ever. What truly became of that gold is, to this day, a subject that defies a single definitive resolution. Historians broadly agree that large portions of the Confederate treasury were spent or stolen in piecemeal fashion during the frantic flight from Richmond, while certain sums were seized by Federal forces in the final pursuits, and other amounts likely ended in the pockets of unscrupulous Confederate or local officials. Yet the possibility that some chunk of that hoard was hidden and never recovered endures, kept alive by tantalizing whispers, partial records, and the improbable contexts in which rumors flourished. The overlapping shards of evidence, even if fragmentary, fit neatly into a narrative of lost wealth, heroic or treacherous deeds, and the chaotic heartbreak of a war's end. Some Southerners hold on to the legend as a point of cultural identity, weaving the story into the broader tapestry of a region shaped by conflict, loss, and stubborn pride. Others denounce it as a distraction from more urgent social and historical questions. Regardless, in countless small towns across the southeastern states, mention of the lost Confederate gold can still spark animated conversations. Farmhouse attics may hold old diaries or letters that mention a midnight burial, or travelers might spot a battered historical marker referencing the path of Davis's flight, stirring speculation about what might lie just below the surface, waiting. The cultural resonance of this legend also ties to the figure of Jefferson Davis himself. Some romanticize him, imagining he had a final cunning trick up his sleeve, burying or safeguarding the gold in hopes of reviving the Confederate cause at a later date. Others see him as a tragic leader clinging to illusions, forced to watch his nation collapse while lugging a treasure of decreasing practicality. That duality, heroic or deluded, infuses the myth with the tension of a final gamble. The presence of the gold, whether real or exaggerated, underscores the desperation in those final, fateful days of the Confederacy. The flight from Richmond was never simply an orderly relocation. It was a frantic exodus full of contradictory impulses, defiance, fear, and faint hope that the fortunes of war might still turn if the Confederate government reached safer ground with its resources intact. In the present day, as the American South grapples with its Civil War legacy through public debates about monuments and memory, the story of the lost Confederate gold remains an evocative subplot. It can be read as a morality tale about ambition, hubris, and the illusions of wealth. It can be seen as a commentary on how desperation and rumor interlace, forging legends that outlive the men and women who first spun them. At the same time, it testifies to the resilience of local storytelling traditions in the face of sweeping historical changes. There is a sense that every time a new rumor surfaces or an old letter is found, the myth breathes anew, like a smoky phantom rising from the battlefields of 1865. No matter how many scholarly analyses or documentary investigations attempt to weigh the evidence, the final word on the lost Confederate gold remains elusive. Perhaps it lies scattered in meagre caches, long since pillaged by passers-by. Perhaps the richest trove left the country altogether, laundered through distant ports. Or maybe the story's most dramatic version, wagon after wagon of gold buried in a hush near lonely pine stands, still holds an ember of truth waiting to be discovered in a moment of improbable luck. That scintilla of possibility is what keeps treasure hunters up at night, scanning old roads and comparing them with diaries, studying the topography for anomalies that might indicate a hidden vault. And so, the legend endures, bridging the era of Jefferson Davis and the 21st century, refusing to be confined solely to the pages of history. It lingers as a puzzle that merges fact and fiction, shaped by a violent war that tore a nation apart and overshadowed the region with grief, where precisely those gold coins ended up, beneath the clay of a nameless farm, in the saddlebags of an officer-turned-outlaw, in the back rooms of a foreign bank, or in 1,000 small pockets across the South, no definitive ledger can confirm. But the story's power continues, casting a long shadow of intrigue across the highways and byways that trace the old Confederate flight. As travelers pass rural crossroads and worn historical markers, they may well find themselves wondering whether, just beyond the next stand of crooked trees, a fortune still lies entombed. For in the American tapestry, certain mysteries remain so entwined with memory and heritage that they can never be fully laid to rest, and the legend of the lost Confederate gold glistens among them, a final relic of a cause long since surrendered. They called it the eighth wonder of the world, a gleaming masterpiece of Baroque craftsmanship that shimmered like sunlight captured in solid form. This was the Amber Room, a chamber so resplendent with panels of carved amber, gold leaf, and ornate mirrors that for centuries it symbolized the opulence and cultural might of Imperial Russia. Housed in the Catherine Palace at Tsarskoye Selo, just outside St. Petersburg, the Amber Room drew the awed admiration of visitors from around the globe. They emerged dazzled from its warmth and colour, its surfaces like honey-hued glass shining in every hue from pale lemon to deep tawny. Some walked away feeling as though they had witnessed something too marvellous to exist in any other world but that of fairy tales. Yet for all its glory, the Amber Room's ultimate fate became one of the darkest mysteries to emerge from the ashes of World War II, a puzzle shaped by the greed of occupying armies, the chaos of a crumbling Reich, and the dogged searches of treasure hunters who refused to let legends lie. Part 1. Dazzling Origins and Wartime Theft. In the early 18th century, artisans in Prussia first conceived the idea of a chamber adorned entirely in amber, that precious substance formed from ancient tree resin. It was a whimsical commission meant to demonstrate the wealth and sophisticated tastes of the Prussian court. Over time, the panels passed into Russian hands when King Frederick William I of Prussia gifted them to Peter the Great in 1716, a diplomatic gift that fortified the friendship between two emerging powers. Yet, it was under the reign of Empress Elizabeth, and later Catherine the Great, that the panels truly blossomed into their finest form. Russian craftsmen, working alongside imported European specialists, expanded upon the original concept. They mounted the glowing amber panels on gilded walls, fitted them with elaborate gold frames, and enhanced them with mosaics of semi-precious stones. The entire room was set against a backdrop of mirrored glass that multiplied the flicker of candles into an otherworldly radiance. To step inside the Amber Room, visitors had to pass through the Baroque grandeur of the Catherine Palace, a confection of pale blues, whites and gold that seemed more dream than fortress. Within those halls, the Amber Room beckoned like a secret jewel box. At first glance, you might think you'd stepped into a room made of sunlight frozen in time. The walls glowed, each piece of translucent amber set in swirling patterns that accentuated the natural variations of colour. Golden cherubs and flourishes ran riot along the seams. If daylight was allowed into the room, the effect was transformative. The entire chamber seemed to breathe, shifting its luster as the sun crossed the sky. By candlelight, it was even more enchanting, its surfaces shimmering like molten honey. Over the centuries, diplomats, foreign heads of state, and Members of Russia's aristocracy counted a glimpse of the Amber Room among their greatest experiences, weaving legends about its uniqueness, its fragile splendor, and of course, its astronomical worth. The upheavals of Russian history could easily have spelled doom for such a lavish creation. The revolutions of 1917 saw the monarchy toppled, yet the new regime, recognizing art's cultural value and perhaps mindful of the propaganda such treasures could generate, kept the room preserved. Through the tumult of civil war and early Soviet rule, the Amber Room stood as an uneasy symbol of the imperial past. Then, in the late 1930s and early 1940s, when the shadow of Nazi Germany crept across Europe, the Soviet government began preparing to evacuate key cultural artifacts from potential war zones. Yet no one fully grasped how fast or how brutally the German invasion, Operation Barbarossa, would shatter Russia's borders. As the Wehrmacht advanced across the Soviet Union, swaths of the country fell under occupation, including the area around Tsarskoye Selo. The staff of the Catherine Palace, in a desperate attempt to protect the Amber Room, tried to remove its panels. They discovered, however, that age and fragility made them nearly impossible to transport without damage. In a moment of desperation, they covered the amber walls with cheap wallpaper, hoping to hide them in plain sight. It was a feeble ruse. Nazi ideology had a notorious hunger for cultural treasures, especially those they considered part of the greater Germanic heritage. Reich Marshal Hermann Goering and others had squads roaming occupied territory, seeking priceless art and artifacts to claim either for themselves or for the projected grand museums of the Third Reich. The Amber Room was a prime target. Even before the war, Germans had emphasized that the room's origins lay in Prussian territory, with artisans from that region. For them, reclaiming it was a point of cultural pride, as well as a propaganda coup. When the Nazi forces captured Tsarskoye Selo in 1941, the iconic chamber was swiftly identified, stripped of its flimsy wallpaper disguise, and prized as a trophy. According to accounts, the Nazi art experts overseeing the project disassembled the room's panels, some carefully pried from the walls, others more roughly removed, and packed them into crates. Each crate was numbered, and inventory lists were made to ensure that every precious fragment could be rebuilt in Germany. Local Soviet citizens watched in fury and despair, while occupying officers boasted of the spoils they had gained. Within weeks, the crates were on the move. Word went out that they were bound for Königsberg, the historic Prussian city on the Baltic coast that served as a cultural centre for East Prussia. In that city's ancient castle, a massive fortification that dated back to the Teutonic Knights, Nazi officials intended to house the Amber Room as part of an exhibition glorifying Germany's artistic legacy. Indeed, by early 1942, it had been partly reassembled in Königsberg's Castle Museum. German dignitaries, soldiers, and selected guests could glimpse it, a shining demonstration of Nazi triumph over the Soviets. Photographs from that period reveal the amber panels mounted in a somewhat cramped gallery space, lacking the full Baroque backdrop of the Catherine Palace, yet still radiating an unmistakable beauty. But as the war turned against Nazi Germany, Königsberg found itself on the front lines of catastrophe. The Allied bombing campaigns and the Red Army's unstoppable advance threatened the city by 1944. Civilians flooded roads trying to escape the tightening noose, hauling their possessions in carts or on their backs. The Nazi leadership in Königsberg, fearing the approach of Soviet troops, scrambled to evacuate or hide whatever cultural treasures remained. Documents from the late stages of the war reveal confusion among local officials about what to do with the Amber Room. Should it be sent by ship across the Baltic Sea into safer German territory? Buried in a secure bunker somewhere in East Prussia? Or left behind, perhaps sealed in a reinforced vault? As 1945 loomed, the German Reich crumbled on every front. Königsberg itself was besieged, bombarded by artillery and burned. British air raids earlier had set the city ablaze, reducing large sections of the castle and old town to ruins. In early April, the Red Army stormed what was left, and within days the city fell. Amid the rubble, Soviet soldiers searched desperately for signs of the Amber Room. The once mighty castle was largely a gutted skeleton. Windows shattered, towers collapsed, corridors choked with debris. Some accounts claim that the Amber Room was packed up and loaded onto trucks or trains before the final bombardments. Others suggest it was sealed in the castle's basement. Rumours even held that it was placed onto a ship bound for Germany, a ship that might have been torpedoed or sunk by Allied forces. No definitive trace emerged. By the time Soviet troops scoured the castle, they found just a charred shell and no sign of the priceless panels. There were only bits of burnt debris that might have come from an exhibition area, but nothing conclusively tied to the Amber Room's fate. Under the swirl of conflicting reports, the official line from Soviet authorities was that the Nazis had destroyed the Amber Room in the bombing. Yet even the Soviet investigators were not entirely convinced of this. Officers interviewed captured German officials, some of whom insisted that the crates had been loaded onto a ship. Others said the crates were stored in a hidden bunker. The confusion was monumental. In that final spasm of Nazi retreat, documents were burned, archivists scattered, and logs falsified or lost altogether. The last confirmed sighting of the Amber Room in Königsberg was in late 1944, but beyond that date, all that remained were testimonies made under duress or rife with self-interest. The crates of priceless amber panels seemed to vanish into the night, swallowed by the chaos of a dying empire. Part 2: Cold War Searches, Myths and Ongoing Mystery. The war's end left much of Europe in ruins, and amid the rubble, countless cultural treasures lay missing. Yet few captured the public imagination like the Amber Room. For the Soviet Union, it was a point of wounded pride, a symbol of the homeland's looted heritage. The Soviets vowed to hunt down every Nazi who had a hand in its theft, to leave no stone unturned in the search for the lost panels. Though other major artworks also disappeared during the war, the Amber Room, with its luminous legend, became the subject of countless rumours, newspaper headlines, and official investigations. During the early years of the Cold War, the Iron Curtain clamped down across Europe, hindering international cooperation in the quest for lost art. Nonetheless, Soviet intelligence services collected any scrap of information from captured Germans or from archives seized in East Germany. Some leads pointed to a labyrinth of salt mines in Thuringia or tunnels in the Harz Mountains. Others suggested the panels might have been shipped out of Königsberg by sea. This latter theory spawned some of the most elaborate rumours. Everything from a single German submarine ferrying crates to a Norwegian fjord, to a civilian cargo ship sunk in the Baltic with the Amber Room locked in her holds. As no conclusive evidence surfaced, these rumours piled upon each other, further entrenching the notion that the truth about the Amber Room was hidden behind layers of secrecy, Soviet secrecy, Nazi cover-ups, or both. In the 1960s and 1970s, a wave of private adventurers and amateur historians took up the hunt. Some were driven by patriotism, Germans longing to reassert their cultural connection to this artifact, Russians bent on recovering a national treasure, while others pursued the matter for potential profit or fame. They scoured old war records, interviewed aging veterans, and occasionally funded expeditions to search remote bunkers and tunnels. The searchers found a complicated patchwork: incomplete shipping manifests, references to crates of marble or decorative panels in old railway logs, testimonies from local civilians who claimed to have seen something loaded onto trucks at night, or the ephemeral glow of flashlights in the basement of Königsberg Castle. Though each expedition garnered media attention, they nearly always came up empty. Central to many theories was Königsberg Castle itself. The city, renamed Kaliningrad after the war, had become part of the Soviet Union, heavily militarized and closed to outsiders. In the 1950s, under Soviet authorities, much of the ruined castle was demolished, an act that some believe may have buried any hidden storage rooms forever. But the Soviets had combed through it already and claimed to have found nothing. In the 1970s, a new wave of rumors arose. Maybe a hidden chamber still lay beneath the castle's foundations, bricked up behind labyrinthine tunnels. Some explorers tried, illicitly or with special permits, to search the underground labyrinth. They found rubble, waterlogged chambers and old foundations, but no amber. Another persistent claim pointed to a freight train rumored to have departed Königsberg in the final weeks of the war, heading west. According to some German soldiers' accounts, it carried art and cultural treasures meant to be sheltered deep in the Reich. Possibly it travelled near Dresden, or into the Ore Mountains, or even to Czechoslovakia. Mysteriously, no official record of this train exists, yet that did not stop repeated attempts, especially once the Iron Curtain parted somewhat in the late 1980s, to search disused railway tunnels or sealed bunkers in East Germany. Adventurers would break open bricked-up entrances, scanning the darkness with flashlights or employing ground-penetrating radar. They found old Nazi uniforms, rusted ammunition, random crates of archives, never the gleaming panels of the Amber Room. Even more dramatic were the underwater searches in the Baltic Sea. Several high-profile salvage operations, armed with 1980s and 1990s technology, combed the seafloor for sunken vessels from the war's final stages. Ships like the Wilhelm Gustloff and the Goya, infamous for carrying refugees and soldiers out of East Prussia, had gone down in tragic circumstances. Could one of these ships have been hauling the Amber Room crates as well? Remote-controlled submersibles probed the wrecks, finding personal belongings, twisted hull plating, and occasionally valuable items, but no sign of the distinctive carved amber panels. Some salvage teams zeroed in on lesser-known wrecks, private cargo ships rumoured to have set sail in the swirling confusion of April 1945. Despite significant investment, none produced conclusive evidence that the Amber Room lay rusting in a watery grave. For each expedition, the public's excitement would surge, headlines proclaiming "Amber Room mystery nearing its end," or "New clue sparks fresh hope." Television crews would film divers suiting up, or explorers chipping away at a bunker's concrete, eager to be on site if the glorious moment of discovery arrived. But the wave of triumph inevitably receded into anticlimax. Some hunts turned out to be outright scams, with shady operators asking for investor funding, then vanishing once the money was in hand. Others were sincere, but fruitless. With every dead end, the Amber Room's aura of mystery grew, reinforcing the notion that perhaps the chamber had been destroyed in the war's last convulsions, despite the official Soviet position once being that it must exist somewhere. In the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union opened new avenues for cooperation between Russian, German, and Western researchers. Archivists had better access to Nazi-era documents. Historians pored over newly declassified files from KGB vaults. Old soldiers, now in their twilight years, proved more willing to speak on record. While a trickle of new leads emerged, some pointing to obscure sites in rural Poland, others reaffirming the possibility of destruction, no smoking gun was produced. A curious detail often noted: the official Soviet conclusion that the Amber Room was destroyed in the bombardment of Königsberg Castle in 1945 was never fully embraced by the public or even by some government officials. If any photographic or forensic proof existed, it never appeared. All that was found were partial fragments rumoured to be from the panels, though their authenticity was contested. One widely publicised twist occurred when a small piece of carved amber in a Baroque style surfaced on the black market. Investigators traced it back to the estate of a former Wehrmacht officer. Was this a sliver of the Amber Room smuggled out before the end? Tests on the resin and the style of carving were inconclusive. It might well have been from a period copy or from earlier repairs. Meanwhile, the rumour mill spun anew. If small fragments surfaced in private collections, might the entire room have been dismantled for resale? Yet large-scale black market dealings in such a famous artefact would hardly go unnoticed. By the early 2000s, interest in the Amber Room had surged once again. Documentaries recounted the dramatic war story, and new search parties formed, some with more sophisticated technology. In Russia, a state-sponsored initiative tried ground-penetrating radar and advanced scanning in regions near Kaliningrad, verifying for once and all that no large hidden chambers remained under the old castle site. Simultaneously, German-Polish teams combed the lakes and forests of northern Poland, suspecting the crates might have been concealed in a secret underground facility. Still, the results were consistent: no Amber Room. This persistent failure brought some investigators around to the simplest explanation, namely that the Amber Room was indeed destroyed during the final battles, either by bombs, artillery fire, or the fires that ravaged Königsberg Castle. In 1945, the city endured waves of chaos. The British bombings in August 1944 reduced much of the city to ashes, and the Red Army's artillery further battered what was left. The intense heat of the castle fire would have consumed the amber. Because amber is organic, it ignites and burns under high temperatures, leaving little more than sooty residue. This scenario, for some historians, is both tragic and entirely plausible. Without solid documentation showing that the crates left the city, the simplest assumption is that they perished in the inferno along with countless other relics of old Königsberg. Yet that conclusion never satisfied the dreamers, or those who cling to eyewitness accounts that mention crates loaded onto trucks, or who quote diaries from local residents who recalled hearing about a secret train. Some remain unconvinced that the Nazis, so meticulous about stolen art, would allow the prized Amber Room to remain in a vulnerable location. They argue that as late as January or February of 1945, the Nazi officials in charge of cultural assets in Königsberg had time to relocate it. This leads them to suspect that some high-level officer or a small group of soldiers took it upon themselves to spirit the crates away, stashing them in an abandoned mine or labyrinth, waiting for some future moment to reclaim it. Rumours of Nazi gold trains and hidden caches across Eastern Europe feed these theories. Meanwhile, Russia resolved to fill the cultural void. In the early 1980s, Soviet authorities began an ambitious project to create a replica of the Amber Room. Using old photographs, archival drawings, and advanced restoration techniques, Russian artisans spent 2 decades crafting new amber panels, carving them in the original Baroque style, and mounting them in the Catherine Palace. Funded in part by donations from a German company, the reconstruction aimed to heal a historical wound and restore the palace's lost splendor. In 2003, the reconstructed Amber Room was unveiled to the world in a lavish ceremony. Visitors can now walk through a chamber that glows much as the original did, a triumph of modern craftsmanship and a testament to the historical ties between Russia and Germany. Yet for all its grandeur, the new Amber Room could never replicate the exact aura of the old. Some critics dismiss it as a Disney-like imitation, while others praise it as a faithful homage to the greatest Baroque achievement in amber. Has this reconstruction diminished the allure of the original's mystery? Hardly. If anything, the new room's completion underscored the tragedy that the authentic panels remain unaccounted for. Historians and treasure hunters alike still chase leads on the fate of the original. Every now and then, a tantalizing clue re-emerges. Perhaps a newly discovered Soviet document mentions a coded reference to precious panels, or a descendant of a German officer claims to have diaries or letters pointing to a hidden chamber. The cycle repeats: excitement, investigation, and inevitable disappointment. And so the Amber Room stands as one of the greatest missing treasures from World War II, comparable to the lost libraries of antiquity in its scale of cultural heartbreak. Some have said that the Amber Room story is a perfect emblem of the war's cultural devastations, an object of almost impossible beauty, born of cross-European collaboration, stolen in a moment of brutal imperial ambition, and then lost to the storms of destruction that followed. That it continues to captivate the public imagination is no surprise. Its luminous memory lingers in photographs, diaries, and the recollections of those who saw it before the war. Soldiers on both sides recalled glimpsing the crates. The city of Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, stands layered with centuries of conflict, overshadowed by a puzzle that might remain forever unsolved. It seems we will never know if the panels were locked away in a sealed bunker, loaded on a doomed ship, or reduced to ashes in the castle fire. For a mystery as storied as the Amber Rooms, the debate will likely persist. Even modern technology may fail to answer every question. The Baltic Sea alone has claimed so many wrecks that searching them all thoroughly could take decades more, and bunkers in Eastern Europe still lie unexplored. Some believe the Amber Room's disappearance is a testament to the ephemeral nature of material splendor. No matter how radiant or precious, human greed and war can blot out such wonders in an instant, leaving only stories and unconfirmed leads. Others hold out hope that the rightful heirs, perhaps Russia or perhaps the global artistic community, may one day open a concealed passage in some forgotten ruin and find, perfectly preserved, the golden glow of carved amber that once dazzled the courts of St. Petersburg. In the end, the Amber Room's legacy is as much about loss as it is about splendor. The stolen panels, wrenched from their rightful place in the Catherine Palace, travelled through the darkness of war, only to vanish at the threshold of a collapsing Reich. Their vanishing act, wrapped in layers of secrecy and rumour, echoes through decades of Cold War tension and a modern intrigue. Each new expedition underscores the war's enduring scars and humanity's fraught relationship with beauty and conquest. No matter how many times the official verdict points to destruction, the possibility of a hidden trove remains too captivating to dismiss. And so, the Amber Room endures as a riddle that transcends the boundary between history and myth, a final testament to the fragility of art in an era consumed by violence, and a perpetual lure for those who believe that somewhere, in a dusty chamber or a sunken ship, The glow of amber awaits the day when it may breathe again under the light of the sun. Captain William Kidd was not always spoken of as a pirate. In the earliest days of his career, he had served as a legitimate privateer in the service of the English crown, prowling the seas under a commission that allowed him to attack and seize enemy ships, so long as his targets were declared foes of the realm. He earned a reputation as a man of seafaring skill, quick to adapt to the shifting demands of the ocean's mercurial temperament, and at times capable of surprising mercy. Born in Scotland, he possessed a mixture of boldness and frugality that served him well when venturing into distant waters, for privateering demanded a head tempered by strategy and a heart spurred by daring. Yet, it was in the closing years of the 17th century that a confluence of politics, seaborne commerce and personal ambition conspired to transform William Kidd's life from that of a recognised privateer into the infamous figure we remember today, a man whose name remains forever linked to the rumour of buried treasure. It was an age when empires clashed on oceans as well as on land, and commerce was the lifeblood that spurred men to cross leagues of treacherous waters for a chance at handsome profit. Britain, eager to protect its mercantile routes, licensed certain captains to harass French vessels and disrupt the maritime influence of rival powers. Captain Kidd was among these men, though from the start, the line between privateer and outright pirate could be uncomfortably thin. If a ship were to attack not only the sworn enemy, but also any merchant vessel carrying valuables, it might find itself quickly branded pirate by whichever crown felt wronged. These allegations often soared across the seas on the wings of rumour, and while some men carried official letters of marque, all it took was one overreach, one raid on a friendly ship to stain a privateer's name. Thus, from a certain vantage, Captain Kidd was set adrift in a moral grey zone long before the charges against him formed. By the late 1690s, British authorities had become increasingly frustrated with the widespread piracy that threatened East India Company shipping lanes in the Indian Ocean. Influential men in England, among them governors, nobles and merchants, sought a solution that would not only rid the seas of these brigands, but also fill their own purses with a share of confiscated wealth. They signed an arrangement with Kidd, granting him a royal commission to hunt pirates. In essence, they asked him to rid the waters of men like Henry Every and other notorious outlaws who preyed on unarmed merchantmen. It was a mission that reeked of both opportunity and peril, for if one succeeded, fortunes might be earned and reputations burnished. But if one's successes strayed beyond the letter of the law, or if ill fortune twisted the mission, the difference between hero and scoundrel could collapse in an instant. Kidd set sail aboard the adventure galley in 1696, manned by a crew whose loyalty might have been as questionable as the men they were tasked to pursue. According to stories that circulated later, the adventure galley was built to be swift and deadly, boasting oars for use in calm seas and enough firepower to intimidate the average merchant captain into surrendering without too much fuss. At the outset, Kidd was confident that he could fulfill his commission nobly. He was, after all, no mere pirate in his own eyes, but a legitimate hunter of rogues. Yet a slump in fortune soon plagued him. For month after tedious month, he roamed the seas in search of pirate vessels or valid French prizes, but found few legitimate targets. Supplies on board dwindled, crewmen grew restless for they had been promised profits and plunder, not lean rations and empty-handed days under the searing sun. Perhaps it was that building desperation, perhaps the corrosive influence of certain unscrupulous characters within his crew, or simply the swirl of misfortune that occasionally descends on men who place themselves at the mercy of chance. But eventually, Kidd seized a ship that did not strictly fit the criteria of his royal commission. The vessel he took was called the Quedar Merchant, captained by an Armenian but sailing under French protection papers, a crucial detail that would later be heatedly debated. Kidd insisted that the ship was a fair prize, for it was flying the French colours, and the papers confirmed an affiliation that placed it squarely in his crosshairs. Others contended that he had committed an act of piracy, for the ship and its cargo belonged, in practical terms, to parties the English might not have recognised as enemies. Whichever side the truth favoured, word spread that Kidd had seized a merchant ship under ambiguous circumstances, thus casting him in the same mould as any common sea robber who lurked in the warm waters of the Indian Ocean. Once that act was done, there was no turning back. Kidd's name began to circulate in the coffee houses of London, Boston, and other port cities, whispered side by side with those of well-known pirates. Even as he attempted to negotiate or plead his case, he wrote letters to prominent figures, explaining that the Quedar Merchant was lawfully taken. Circumstances spun out of his control. Influential men who had initially supported him distanced themselves, fearful that they might be implicated if he was indeed found to be a rogue. The East India Company raged that the seizure of any merchant vessel was intolerable, especially one that might provoke outcry from local rulers or hamper business. Meanwhile, the crew under Kidd's command was fracturing into factions, some suspecting that their captain might betray them for clemency, others thirsting for a bigger cut of the plunder before scattering to safer harbours. Kidd sailed for the West Indies, hoping to ensure a safe landing where he might settle matters and confirm the legality of his prize. He believed he could reason with colonial governors and powerful allies, confident that the letters of marque protecting him would suffice. Yet upon arrival in the Caribbean, he realised that rumours of his piracy had preceded him. Officials were wary of him, and sympathisers were in short supply. He soon decided to move on to the British colonies in North America, perhaps suspecting that certain individuals in New York, Boston, or even Rhode Island might intercede on his behalf. At each turn, though, the noose tightened. Unsure of where to hide the ship or how best to preserve his fortune, Kidd found himself forced to make fateful decisions on the fly. Legend holds that in these final weeks and months before his arrest, Kidd hid part of his captured treasure in remote coves and deserted beaches, fearing that it would be used as evidence against him should authorities board his vessel. According to some versions, he buried chests filled with gold coins, silver pieces, jewels, and other valuables somewhere along the shores of Long Island, perhaps on Gardiner's Island, or in an uncharted inlet near Oyster Bay, or even farther north along the New England coastline. The retellings vary with each generation, but the essence remains. Captain Kidd, desperate to avoid full confiscation, secreted away part of his loot, planning to reclaim it once he had cleared his name. This practice, it must be said, was not unheard of among mariners of questionable repute. The unpredictability of colonial justice, combined with the roving nature of maritime life, made it plausible that a man might stash wealth in a place only he could later locate. Unlike the popular fantasies of pirates forging elaborate treasure maps marked with an X, real seafarers often used more prosaic methods, cryptic notes, memories of certain trees or rock formations, or the trust of a few loyal associates. The swirling rumours of Kidd's hidden gold eventually transcended mere gossip, becoming a part of the collective imagination that continues to captivate treasure hunters centuries later. By the time Kidd arrived in Boston in 1699, the colonial governor, Lord Bellamont, who ironically had helped sponsor Kidd's privateering venture, faced extraordinary pressure to arrest him and dispatch him to England for trial. Kidd's every move was shadowed by suspicion, and the trial that awaited him across the Atlantic promised scant mercy. Indeed, when he was eventually transported to London, he discovered that his reputation as a pirate had overshadowed any defense he might present. Accusations flew that he had murdered a mutinous gunner, that he had raided ships beyond the scope of his commission, that he was in league with criminals. Kidd argued that the Quedelc merchant's papers justified his seizure, that the so-called murder was a matter of quelling a riotous crewman, and that in all respects he had acted under the authority granted him. Yet the climate in England was hostile. The public clamoured for an example to be made of pirates, and certain influential parties needed a scapegoat to mask their own complicity in the questionable enterprise that had spawned Kidd's mission. The trial, which took place at the Old Bailey in May 1701, was in many ways a foregone conclusion. Public sentiment loomed large against him, as did the strategic desire of powerful men to distance themselves from the fiasco. Kidd was found guilty of piracy and the murder of his crewmen. On May 23, 1701, he was hanged at Execution Dock on the banks of the Thames. The rope reportedly broke on the first attempt, and so the executioners carried out the grim ceremony a second time. His body was then tarred and displayed in an iron gibbet by the river, a dire warning to any who might follow his path. But if the authorities believed that Kidd's death would put an end to talk of his hidden riches, they were sorely mistaken. In the months that followed, rumours multiplied that somewhere on the east coast of the New World, and perhaps in the far corners of the Caribbean, Kidd had deposited unimaginable wealth beyond the grasp of the crown. Some of his personal letters, seized before and after his capture, hinted at cargo stashed away or entrusted to third parties. Indeed, the colonial official who discovered a portion of Kidd's loot on Gardiner's Island attested that it amounted to a substantial sum in gold, silver, and other valuables, yet insisted that it did not match the size of the treasure rumoured to be missing. In taverns from Boston to Jamaica, men spoke of secret caches, cryptic instructions, half-legible notations scrawled in diaries that might lead a determined adventurer to the rest of the hoard. Within a few decades, the name Captain Kidd became a byword for buried pirate treasure, forging a mythology that spread through maritime folk songs, children's stories, and the whispered promises of men who had set out with shovel and spade to claim a portion of the lost fortune. Colonial legends abounded. In one, an aging fisherman swore he once saw Kidd's ship anchored off a deserted cove in the dead of night, lanterns dimmed so as not to attract notice. In another, a local farmer found odd footprints in his orchard, leading to a freshly dug patch of earth, only to discover it empty by the time he returned with neighbours. Ghost stories claimed that on certain moonlit evenings, the spectre of Kidd wandered beaches clutching a shovel, doomed to guard the gold he never reclaimed in life. Historical accuracy bled into folklore, and fact entwined with fancy until no one could wholly separate them. In time, the quest to locate Kidd's hoard expanded beyond New England. Tales emerged that he had deposited coins and jewels along the coast of the Carolinas, or that he had hidden a portion of his spoils in the Bahamas, where so many pirates had found respite amid the labyrinth of keys and reefs. Others pointed toward Madagascar, once a notorious pirate haven, insisting that Kidd had left behind a secret deposit while sailing those waters. Each rumour developed its own following, leading to small expeditions or solitary fortune hunters scouring beaches and atolls for chests or caves that had lain sealed since the 17th century. For every rumour, a half-dozen accounts surfaced of men who had searched in vain, returning empty-handed but still convinced that the treasure was real. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, occasional newspaper reports circulated of half-buried coins discovered near old foundations on Long Island, or weather-worn chests dredged up by fishing nets off the New England coast. Few of these finds could be linked concretely to Kidd. Some turned out to be Spanish coins dropped by earlier travellers, or relics from an entirely different era. Yet each new mention fanned the embers of fascination. If a single coin could be found, who was to say entire casks of gold did not lie waiting just beyond the next dune? As maritime commerce burgeoned and modern life encroached upon these once lonely shores, a handful of self-proclaimed explorers launched more systematic searches. They consulted old letters from the colonial archives, studied depositions from Kidd's trial, and examined the topography of likely coves. But the ocean's tides had reshaped shorelines, storms had rearranged dunes, and the slow drift of time had cloaked landmarks behind new growth of vegetation. Old oak trees, once rumoured to serve as markers, had fallen to rot or lightning decades before. If there had ever been a handful of sand or soil that contained Captain Kidd's gold, the shifting world made it almost impossible to confirm. That did not, however, stop searchers from trying. With the 20th century came fresh enthusiasm for uncovering old pirate treasures, fueled by a popular culture that depicted buccaneers as romantic rogues. Writers referenced Kidd in numerous adventure stories, and soon amateur enthusiasts from around the world were drawn to the idea that lumps of centuries-old wealth might still be found under a patch of East Coast dirt or tropical sand. Where once men had used little more than spades and local lore, now more advanced techniques emerged. Metal detectors allowed a measure of scanning beneath the surface, though the swirling presence of ferrous junk in heavily settled areas complicated matters. Later, more advanced ground-penetrating radar or sonar mapping would be employed along certain stretches of shoreline. The dream remained the same: to find a lost chest from the early 1700s, its iron hinges rusted but still holding a trove of coins, gold dust, or precious stones that time had forgotten. Historians have argued endlessly over the probability that Kidd left behind any substantial wealth at all. Some note that the portion he surrendered on Gardiner's Island might well have constituted the bulk of what he had, leaving little reason to imagine a second or third stash. Others point out that the Quadoch merchant and its cargo were worth far more than what was eventually inventoried, raising the question of whether he had indeed hidden a large fraction. If so, the potential locations multiply when one considers not just Long Island or the East Coast, but also the entire route taken by Kidd in those frantic final months before arrest. He may have had contacts or safe harbours in the Caribbean, the possibility of a brief landing in the Carolinas, or lesser-known anchorages near the Gulf of St. Lawrence or Nova Scotia if he had ventured north. Each region boasts its own sub-legend of a cove, rumoured to have once sheltered Kidd's men, each accompanied by an old local tale about odd lights or a suspicious group of sailors with an unusual cargo. In truth, the evidence remains stubbornly inconclusive, a swirl of half-documented leads overshadowed by centuries of tall tales. Yet that very mystery ensures that Captain Kidd's name retains its grip on treasure hunters' imaginations, even as modern adventurers have turned their attention to sunken wrecks in the Caribbean, home to countless lost galleons from the Spanish treasure fleets. Kidd's legend persists. Divers have scoured the waters near Hispaniola and other islands, hoping to locate the remains of the adventure galley or discover a clue that might point to a deposit on land. Explorers with submersibles have combed coastal floors, searching for anomalies in the sediment that might indicate a submerged container or an old anchor site. Each season yields new claims, new half-baked stories of chests glimpsed in the gloom, but the verifiable finds seldom amount to more than historical debris or leftover remnants from centuries of maritime activity. Another complicating factor arises from the question of authenticity. Over the past 100 years, unscrupulous individuals have staged hoaxes, salting beaches with fake coins, or forging archaic letters that purport to show the location of kids' hoard. Such pranks or swindles further muddy the waters, making serious investigation more difficult. Even sincere researchers must wade through mountains of misinformation, uncertain whether each clue stands on any foundation. The lines between myth, old rumour, and historical fact blur constantly, yet the absence of proof, ironically, sustains the allure. There is a persistent notion that if the treasure had been found and documented, it would no longer be the stuff of legend. The fact that no verified find has emerged suggests in the minds of believers that the hoard still lies waiting. Others, of course, see the same facts pointing the opposite way. If centuries of searching have revealed no trace, perhaps nothing was ever there. The debate finds no resolution, for it hinges on the intangible realm of possibility. As long as hope remains, men and women will find reason to keep looking. In practical terms, the search has grown more challenging. Many spots on Long Island and the adjacent coastline are now heavily developed, their beaches lined with vacation homes or tourist attractions. Private property restrictions complicate large-scale digging. Environmental regulations also limit intrusive searches in delicate coastal ecosystems. In the Caribbean, political boundaries, national park statutes, and varied local laws can hamper wide-ranging expeditions. Furthermore, the historical record is sparse, leaving investigators to rely on scattered diaries or second-hand accounts from centuries past. Technology has advanced, but so too have the obstacles of cost, jurisdiction, and the ephemeral nature of the seafloor or shifting sands. Yet none of these barriers can fully quench the flame that ignites whenever the name Captain Kidd arises in conversation. Popular culture remains enthralled by the notion of a buccaneer's hidden bounty, and the historically documented existence of some portion of loot discovered on Gardiner's Island proves that Kidd did, at one point, secrete valuables ashore. Whether or not it was the sum total of his plunder, or merely a fraction, we cannot say with certainty. The lure of the unknown, of gold glowing in the darkness of an unmarked hole, continues to enthrall. Weekend adventurers still roam beaches with metal detectors. Children on summer vacations dig in the sand with wide-eyed dreams. And once in a while, a serious expedition financed by a well-heeled sponsor attempts a more thorough approach to some remote inlet, rumoured to be the final resting place of an 18th century chest. In the grand tapestry of pirate legends, Captain Kidd's tale stands somewhat apart, for he was not the archetypal swashbuckling marauder who boasted of his villainy. By his own account, he was a privateer turned scapegoat, undone by political maneuverings and unfortunate misunderstandings. Many historians today regard him as more of a tragic figure than a cunning buccaneer, though centuries of lore have shaped him into a quintessential pirate, complete with the requisite rumour of buried riches. Even in the 18th century, pamphleteers and sensational writers eagerly seized upon the drama, fueling the idea that a once dashing captain had concealed immeasurable wealth before ascending the gallows, the notion proved irresistible, capturing the public's imagination and refusing to let go, generation after generation. As for definitive proof, it remains elusive. There is no shortage of grand theories about how an old map might line up with modern coastlines, or how certain cryptic references in documents from Kidd's trial might be deciphered into coordinates. Some have attempted to cross-reference these lines of inquiry with geological surveys of potential dig sites, layering the old illusions of a pirate's cunning with the modern discipline of data analysis. A few small expeditions have even sought financial backing from television networks or wealthy patrons, hoping that the romance of Captain Kidd's treasure might yield a documentary or a headline-worthy discovery. But so far, each foray returns without the rumoured gold. Still, the intangible presence of that legend draws people forward, pressing them to keep sifting the sands of time, sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically. The memory of a man who swung twice at Execution Dock, insisting to his last breath that he was no traitor or vile pirate, echoes through the centuries, overshadowed by the enduring question: did he truly hide a king's ransom in gold and gems somewhere along the watery fringes of the Atlantic, or beyond? Was it scattered among inlets up the east coast, or placed in a single spot like a dragon's hoard, waiting to be discovered? The inconclusiveness itself lends the tale a peculiar power, ensuring that even into the modern era, the name of Captain William Kidd remains inseparable from the vision of lost treasure. Now and again, some local historian or amateur researcher in a seaside town will claim to have identified a prime candidate for the actual resting place of the chest. They might produce cryptic testimonies from centuries past, overlay them upon navigational charts, and proclaim that the X has finally been found. Others will rush to investigate, only to find that the ground yields no secrets, or that the property is privately owned, and the caretaker is fed up with trespassers. In these anticlimactic outcomes, the cycle that's repeated so many times continues. Rumour sparks excitement. Excitement leads to action. Action ends in disappointment. Yet no single disappointment has ever fully stamped out the next rumour that arises. The story marches onward, as unstoppable as the tide. Should one day the famed hoard be found, the event would reverberate around the world. Scholars would dissect the artifacts, seeking to match them to known items of the Kedor merchant's cargo, or glean information about the authenticity of the pieces. The chest or casks, if still intact, would likely bear the scars of centuries spent underground. Coins might remain tarnished but legible, stamped with the effigies of European monarchs. Precious stones, if present, might glow with an otherworldly luster, testifying to the far corners of the globe from which they were originally taken. The location would, no doubt, become a pilgrimage site for history buffs, curiosity seekers, and countless new generation treasure hunters. Yet, as of this moment, all that remains intangible, only glimpsed in the swirl of rumour and centuries-old hearsay. Perhaps in the final analysis, the legend endures precisely because the treasure remains unproven. If it had been found 300 years ago, its mystique would have dissolved into a footnote, overshadowed by subsequent events of colonial conquest, revolution, and the unstoppable march of progress. But by lingering on the edge of possibility, Captain Kidd's treasure stands as a testament to our collective yearning for discovery, our fascination with the hidden corners of the past, and the hope that a single spadeful of earth might unearth gold-laden ghosts from an age when the seas were the dominion of privateers, pirates, and kings alike. It survives as a faint echo of the days when sails dotted the horizon, carrying men whose fortunes rose and fell with the wind, and whose final fates, like that of William Kidd, sometimes hinged on political tides as much as the vastness of the ocean itself. And so, more than 3 centuries after his body was suspended at Execution Dock, Captain Kidd's name still resonates in every rumour of a stray coin found on a lonely beach, in every antiquated map bearing cryptic notations, and in every retelling of a pirate's last stand. He left behind a story of contested guilt, shadowed alliances, and the possibility of riches hidden just out of sight. Historians may never reach consensus on the true measure of his wrongdoing, nor will they definitively settle whether his treasure was real or imagined. But the legend's vitality rests in that very uncertainty. Long after the gulls have flown above those shifting sands, after storms have rearranged the coastline beyond recognition, a new generation will arise to peer intently at battered documents or ancient family lore, convinced that, if they read the signs correctly, they might finally lay hands upon the elusive gold of Captain Kidd. And as they step into a small boat at dawn, or drive a spade into the wet earth, they continue the legacy of an empire's outcast, a man who claimed innocence but died branded a pirate, leaving behind the persistent rumour that somewhere in the hush of land-meeting sea, his fortune still awaits. In the year 1819, if the story is to be believed, a man named Thomas J. Beale rode into the frontier settlement of St. Louis with a secret glint in his eye and a handful of trusted companions at his side. The group, so the legend goes, had returned from a westward expedition deep into what was then a scarcely charted expanse beyond the Mississippi. In that rugged country, some claimed near Santa Fe, they had stumbled upon a vein of mineral wealth almost beyond imagining, gold and silver in staggering quantities. The journey back had been grueling. Their pack horses laboured under the weight of raw metal and the constant threat of bandits, hostile weather, and the unknown hazards of the untamed territories. Yet, by the time they crossed the Mississippi back into more settled regions, they carried with them not only a trove of precious metals, but also a sense of uneasy triumph. The question was how to secure such an unimaginable fortune, and how to keep it out of grasping hands until they could see to it that the riches were properly invested or shared among themselves. According to later accounts, Beale found his answer in the rolling countryside of Virginia, specifically in the rural calm of Bedford County. Perhaps it was the region's dense woodlands, the irregular folds of its hills, and the quiet nooks by meandering streams that appealed to his sense of secrecy. Or perhaps an acquaintance or distant cousin in the area had suggested it as a safe harbour. Whatever drew him there, he arrived sometime between 1819 and 1821 with wagons of heavy cargo, surreptitiously unloading chest after chest of gold, silver, and possibly a sprinkling of precious jewels. Local tradition holds that he went about his business quietly, recruiting a minimal number of labourers, if any, to aid in the burial. Some variations of the legend insist that a few close friends from his travelling party helped him dig a deep pit by lantern light, covering it over with soil and rock, then letting the landscape's natural contours erase any hint of upheaval. The reason we even know of Thomas Beale's alleged enterprise is that he supposedly left a record, though not an open confession. Instead, he crafted 3 ciphers, each a scrambled block of numbers that carried a hidden meaning. One cipher would pinpoint the precise location of the treasure. Another would enumerate the contents, the volume of gold, silver, and perhaps gems. The third would name the rightful heirs or owners, so that, if misfortune befell him, the wealth might still find its way to those who deserved a share. In a world that had no concept of modern cryptography, where coded messages were often limited to military use or romantic letter writing, Beale's triple cipher approach stood out as unusually ambitious. According to later law, he entrusted these ciphers to the care of an innkeeper named Robert Morris in Lynchburg, Virginia. Morris, either out of loyalty or mystified curiosity, locked them away, promising not to open the sealed packet containing them unless a set number of years passed without hearing from Beale. When that designated time came and went, and Beale never returned, Morris carefully examined the documents he had been given, only to find himself utterly stumped. Indeed, the ciphers were said to be dense pages of numbers, groups and rows, each numeral presumably corresponding to a word or letter, but by no means in an obvious way. Morris tried in vain to decode them. He enlisted friends who were educated in languages and mathematics, but none could make a dent. It was only decades later, around 1885, when a small pamphlet appeared in print titled The Beale Papers. This obscure publication told the entire story, as recounted by a man who claimed to have received the packet from Morris and had spent years working on the ciphers. According to the pamphlet, the second of the three ciphers had been solved by a stroke of ingenuity. The United States Declaration of Independence supposedly served as a key text. Each number in the cipher corresponded to a word in the Declaration, from which one would take the first letter. By aligning these letters in sequence, the deciphered text revealed a dramatic message. I have deposited in the county of Bedford, about 4 miles from Beaufort's, in an excavational vault 6 feet below the surface of the ground, the following articles belonging jointly to the parties whose names are given in number 3 herewith. The deposits consist of 2,921 pounds of gold, 1,510 pounds of silver, also jewels. Or so the pamphlet claimed. The partial solution was enough to spark immediate fascination. Overnight, this newly discovered puzzle, the so-called Beale ciphers, became a legend. 2 of the ciphers remained unsolved. One was rumoured to list the heirs of the treasure, the other, the all-important map to the exact location. The pamphlet's unnamed author insisted he had tried everything to solve the other 2. Yet, in over 20 years of labour, he had not deciphered a single additional word. He believed the ciphers were genuine and the fortune real, but time and health had worn him down, so he put the story into the world, hoping someone else might succeed where he had failed. This pamphlet, slender but packed with mystique, led to an immediate wave of treasure hunts. Men from across Virginia, and soon beyond, flocked to Bedford County with shovels, pickaxes, and unstoppable optimism, scouring farmland and forests for any sign of a buried vault. The local residents watched with a mix of amusement and exasperation. They'd see fresh holes appear in the meadows or near old oak trees, the remnants of dreamers who believed they might dig up a chest of gold if they just read the landscape correctly. Many a romantic swore they'd found cryptic markings on rocks or a distinct pattern among the branches overhead. None had any success. The more fervent among them turned their energies toward cracking the 2 unsolved ciphers, convinced that technology or ingenuity could outstrip the luckless attempts of those who came before. From the mid-1880s onward, These ciphers incited a cottage industry of amateur code breakers. Newspapers published occasional articles announcing new leads. Some claimed they had discovered that the Book of Psalms, or Shakespeare's Tempest, was the real key text, only to find that the letters assembled into nonsense. Others tried complicated numeric analyses or frequency studies, using the best methods known to cryptographers of the day, though cryptography itself was not yet a well-developed field for public consumption. Time and again, partial patterns seemed to emerge, but they never coalesced into a coherent solution. Cryptanalysis advanced significantly in the early 20th century, especially in wartime efforts, but even those who served in intelligence outfits later said the ciphers resisted straightforward solutions. The arrangement of numbers did not appear to match typical letter frequency. Some lines might yield a cluster of letters that made sense, only for the pattern to devolve into gibberish again. It wasn't long before people started to whisper that the entire story might be a hoax. They pointed out that there was no direct proof that Thomas Beale ever existed. The earliest records carried no mention of a Thomas J. Beale from that era, at least not one who matched the claims in the pamphlet. Others noted that the style of writing in the solved cipher, the second one, sounded suspiciously like the language from the pamphlet itself, or that the mention of jewels felt vague, as though the text were designed to stoke excitement without giving precise details. Some critics even argued that the date of the Declaration of Independence used as a key might not align perfectly with the date of the alleged encryption. After all, the ciphers were presumably created in 1819 to 1821, yet the version of the Declaration that was widely circulated might have changed in formatting or exact wording in various reprintings. However, the notion of a hoax did little to deter the dreamers and adventurers. If anything, it only added another layer of intrigue. For every skeptic who pointed out inconsistencies, a believer countered that the biggest deceptions often hid the greatest truths. They insisted that if the ciphers were all a ruse, why would the second be solvable using the Declaration, unless someone had gone to enormous effort just to amuse themselves or dupe the public? And how to explain the references to Robert Morris or the pamphlet's precise mention of Bedford County? The region's hills and caves were old enough, certainly, to hide a treasure. Could it be that a man named Beale, or someone using that alias, had indeed salted away precious metals there and used coded messages to ensure no casual onlooker could find them? Over the decades, technology continued to improve. By the 1960s and 1970s, a new generation of puzzle enthusiasts armed with computers tried to break the unsolved ciphers. They fed the strings of numbers into programs designed to test for ciphers that used known texts, such as the Bible, Shakespeare's plays, or the Constitution. On occasion, rumors of partial breakthroughs surfaced. A man in Colorado allegedly found a string of letters in the third cipher that spelled out Tra, which he interpreted as the beginning of treasure. But these stories vanished as quickly as they appeared, overshadowed by the bitter truth that no conclusive second or third message had ever been verified by independent cryptanalysts. Meanwhile, the region around Beaufort's in Bedford County, a place the second cipher explicitly mentions, became a focal point for treasure hunters. Some folks spent entire summers camping near streams, scanning the ground with metal detectors, or even drilling core samples in the hopes of hitting something metallic. More than a few property owners posted signs warning off interlopers, having grown weary of midnight excavations that left their fields pitted with holes. Local authorities occasionally stepped in, though the cipher's popularity in certain circles never quite yielded the mass mania that one might expect from a rumoured trove worth millions, if not billions, in today's currency. Within the realm of the paranormal or conspiratorial, the Beale ciphers took on a life of their own. Certain fringe researchers posited that the ciphers were connected to the Freemasons. After all, the early 1800s saw a proliferation of Masonic lodges, and Masons had a penchant for secrecy. Others speculated that the ciphers might tie into older traditions, such as the Templar legends, linking them to an arcane chain of hidden riches that stretched back centuries. Still more believed that Beale's treasure might have been part of a secret Confederate stash from the Civil War era, even though the chronology made little sense for that theory. In an arena so starved for hard facts, rumours tended to flourish without much restraint. As the 20th century closed and the 21st began, interest ebbed and flowed. Online communities emerged, devoted to cracking the ciphers once and for all. They meticulously compared scanned images of the original pamphlet, searching for typographical quirks that might reveal hidden patterns. They dissected every word in the pamphlet's text, suspecting that the unknown author had scattered clues or intentionally embedded mistakes. Some advanced the idea that the second cipher's partial solution was a ruse, deliberately solved with the declaration to throw would-be decipherers off the track, while the real message might have used a different text entirely. Others insisted that the solution to ciphers 1 and 3 was simpler than it seemed. Perhaps the same key text was used, but with subtle shifts in indexing, or maybe it was a polyalphabetic variant. Yet, no matter how many threads of discussion blossomed, no verifiable solution materialized. Amid the swirl of efforts, professional cryptographers sometimes lent their skills. Some declared the ciphers likely worthless strings, either random or crafted so as to be unsolvable. The structure, they argued, did not correspond well to typical letter frequencies. They noted patterns that suggested random generation or that the text was artificially constructed. These assertions fueled the hoax theory. If a cunning mind of the 1880s wrote a pamphlet to amuse or dupe the public, they might have created the second cipher to match the declaration and then inserted 2 other fake ciphers to lend an air of authenticity. The story would remain forever unsolved, guaranteeing a sense of endless curiosity. This line of reasoning fit well with the thorough inability of so many bright minds to extract further meaning from ciphers 1 and 3. But then again, some pointed to examples from cryptography history, where codes defied solution for decades, only to yield to a fresh approach or new interpretative technique. The famed Voynich manuscript, for instance, had baffled experts for centuries, prompting repeated swings between "it's a hoax" and "it's real." The Beale ciphers might have been equally cunning. Perhaps Beale used multiple overlay ciphers, requiring more than one key text in sequence, or maybe each number corresponded not just to the first letter of a word, but to a sum or difference that had to be performed first. The possible variations were dizzying, and as cryptographic methods advanced, so did the complexity of strategies to attempt. One dimension of the puzzle overshadowed all else: the promise of massive gold and silver. Even in the 1880s, the pamphlet's mention of 2,921 pounds of gold was staggering. In today's terms, that quantity would be worth a king's ransom many times over. Add to that over 1,000 pounds of silver and unspecified jewels, and one could see why generation after generation had tried their luck. If the ciphers had mentioned only old family letters or a modest purse, the story might have faded. But the potential payoff kept the legend alive and guaranteed that in each new decade, someone would come forward with a eureka moment, only to fade into obscurity when their solution proved inconclusive. Despite the heavy emphasis on possible treasure, some treasure hunters found themselves captivated more by the puzzle's historical and cultural resonance. It evoked a romantic era of early American frontier life, when men like Beale, assuming he existed, might roam the Southwest, uncovering riches in remote canyons, then burying them in the lush farmland of Virginia. That it involved cryptography, long considered the domain of governments and militaries, lent an aura of high intrigue. The story also had an everyman figure in Robert Morris, the Lynchburg innkeeper, who unwittingly became custodian of a great secret, only to be confounded at every turn. That sense of an ordinary individual thrust into the heart of a grand mystery gave the legend an accessible charm. The question of authenticity remains central, and it splits the community of Beale enthusiasts into two broad camps. The believers hold fast to the partial decipherment of Text 2 as proof the ciphers are real. They highlight details in the pamphlet that align with real places and events of the early 1800s, though they concede that the historical record does not mention a Thomas J. Beale with absolute clarity. They point to the paternalistic manner of the pamphlet, which encourages moral rectitude in handling great wealth, almost as if Beale's intention was to ensure the treasure's rightful heirs would not be cheated. According to this viewpoint, the greatest puzzle is not whether the treasure exists, but how to break the final code. When pressed on the matter of advanced cryptanalysis, the believers suggest that perhaps the ciphers rely on archaic or unusual source texts that no one has guessed to compare. On the other side, the skeptics reiterate that the entire story first surfaced in 1885, a generation after the events described, with zero direct evidence linking Beale to historical documents from the 1820s. They note that the pamphlet was published anonymously and that the original ciphers, if they ever physically existed, are not readily available for scrutiny. Only retypes or lithograph copies purported to replicate them. They also point to textual analysis that suggests the second cipher's solution is suspiciously neat, with a style of writing too reminiscent of late 19th century phraseology. Why, for instance, would the deciphered text specifically mention Bufords, if not to lead treasure seekers on a goose chase? Some skeptics even see it as a clever marketing ploy orchestrated by the pamphlet's publisher, who might have profited from selling copies to curious readers. By feeding into the era's fascination with buried treasure and coded messages, the pamphleteer could have ensured a steady trickle of income and a permanent place in cryptic lore. Yet hoax or not, the Beale ciphers have proven their staying power. They appear in anthologies of American mysteries, on lists of the most perplexing unsolved codes, and in the memory banks of cryptographers who occasionally revisit them just to see if fresh eyes might finally glean a pattern. Bedford County itself, though hardly a major tourist destination, has seen a modest flow of curious visitors over the years. A few local businesses play on the theme, naming themselves after Beale or referencing hidden gold. It's become a part of the regional identity, an odd footnote that underscores how myths can become woven into the fabric of a community. In modern times, the debate has broadened. Newer cryptographic tools, including sophisticated pattern analysis algorithms, have been unleashed on the ciphers. These algorithms can rapidly test thousands of potential key texts, multiple shifts and transpositions, or even attempts at polyalphabetic ciphers. They evaluate the results for linguistic coherence. Thus far, no one has produced a result that stands up to scrutiny. Phrases appear here and there, snippets of words that might just be random coincidences. Some solutions produce strings like AYNPHTRV, reminiscent of those half-baked illusions that lead nowhere. Meanwhile, heartfelt pleas occasionally show up on internet forums. I've spent 20 years on these ciphers, I can't give up now, but I'm at a dead end. Does anyone have an original lead? The cycle continues, a testament to the cipher's almost hypnotic pull. What if someone did solve the ciphers? Suppose tomorrow, a determined cryptanalyst discovered that the third text references a small clearing near a creek, carefully described in 18th century surveyor's terms. If that person took spade in hand and dug precisely at the spot, would they find mouldy chests brimming with gold and silver, or simply more soil and stones? Or, worse, would they realize that the farmland has been developed, a cul-de-sac or shopping centre now occupying the place where the treasure might have once been, if it ever was? The story's indefinite nature ensures that until we get final proof, both the dream of treasure and the suspicion of a grand hoax remain alive. If one is to consider the possibility that the treasure was once real, then a secondary puzzle arises. Perhaps others found it long ago. Could a random farmer or hapless traveller have stumbled upon the chests and removed them quietly, never revealing their windfall? That scenario, improbable as it sounds, occasionally surfaces in discussions. It would explain the cipher's apparent intractability. There is no reward left, so the key was never distributed. Or maybe some party close to Beale returned after the ciphers were left with Morris, retrieving the goods without a word. These alternative theories generally shift blame away from the ciphers themselves and onto the circumstantial nature of hidden fortunes. Historically, many a gold hoard has changed hands without official record. In the end, the Beale ciphers stand as a uniquely American legend, weaving together the spirit of frontier exploration, the era's fascination with cryptic communication, and the timeless lure of buried treasure. They challenge our modern-day illusions that anything can be solved given enough computational power and perseverance. Here is a puzzle from the dusty corners of the 19th century that continues to resist every coded and computational approach of the digital age. Whether it's because the ciphers hide an unclaimed fortune, or because they were cleverly contrived to enthrall and mystify, is, at this writing, still impossible to say with certainty. Every so often, a fresh article or television special breathes new life into the story, introducing yet another batch of puzzle solvers to the saga. They gather up the known data, the pamphlet's text, the so-called original ciphers, the partial solution, the historical context. They scour local genealogies for a Thomas J. Beale. They check property records for any mention of unusual activity in the 1820s. They line up the numbers and feed them into the next generation of code-breaking software. A few weeks or months later, a quiet resignation sets in, as once again the ciphers refuse to yield. But that spark of hope never quite dies. Among them, a subset will forever believe that the solution is out there, lurking in the musty pages of an ancient Bible, or an obscure newspaper from 1819, or in some trick of substitution that no one has yet considered. And so, the wheel turns. For Bedford County, and for the broader cultural tapestry of American folklore, the Beale ciphers remain an emblem of intangible possibility. Their footprints traverse the dusty margins where recorded history meets rumour and tall tale. Like other storied hunts, Oak Island, the Lost Dutchman's Mine, or Yamashita's Gold, they remind us that the line between fact and fiction can remain blurred for generations. Tucked away in that haze is a part of human nature that thrills to the possibility that a little-known fortune still lies under a nondescript piece of Virginia ground, waiting for the correct alignment of method and luck to unearth it. If, in the final analysis, the ciphers prove to be a long-running hoax, they have nevertheless achieved a certain immortality. They've introduced countless men and women to the intricacies of cryptography, to the romance of frontier lore, and to the dream that perhaps even in the age of cynicism and advanced technology, some secrets can remain hidden. If, on the other hand, they turn out to be genuine, if one day the rightful solver stands triumphant on a patch of land in Bedford County, gold glinting in the sunlight, then they will join the ranks of history's greatest triumphs of discovery. Either way, the Beale ciphers endure as a potent symbol of the hidden corners in America's collective story, bridging the early 1800s to the digital present, and whispering that sometimes the greatest mysteries are the ones that defy every attempt to banish them into simple resolution. In the autumn of 1216, the rolling eastern skies of England bore the bruised colours of storm, and the low-lying fens near Lincolnshire exhaled a swampy chill that seeped into the very bones of those who dared traverse them. In that sodden landscape, a king already burdened by years of strife and rebellion found himself ensnared by ill fortune. England's King John, maligned brother of the legendary Richard the Lionheart, had been wrestling with the final throes of a troubled reign, lurching from one crisis to another in a realm weary of his rule. Civil war smouldered throughout the land. French invaders eyed the crown, and rebellious barons, furious over breaches of the Magna Carta and John's rapacious policies, crowded at the edges of loyalty. No matter what direction he turned, danger seemed to track him, and among all the challenges that threatened to tear apart his kingship, the geography of the Wash presented a trap as lethal as any rebel ambush. From the day John ascended the throne, clouds of discontent had shadowed him, for he had inherited a kingdom weary of crusading taxes, suspicious of regal power, and resenting a king who seemed to work his will with more cunning than bravery. He was not the gallant figure of a victorious crusader king like Richard, nor did he win hearts the way their father, Henry II, had charmed courtiers with skillful administration. Instead, John carried a certain reputation for duplicity and greed, his policies provoking baronial rebellion. So it was that by 1216, while the rest of Europe braced for new crusades or dynastic realignments, England convulsed in internal strife. John faced not just foes in baronial ranks, but also Prince Louis of France, who pressed his claim to the English crown in a brazen invasion. Against such a turbulent backdrop, the king scurried from fortress to fortress, forging alliances where he could, crushing revolts by force where he must, and forever dragging behind him the paraphernalia of kingship, armies, clerks, and above all else, the royal treasury. That treasury represented not only the practical funds needed to pay mercenaries and loyal knights, but also the very essence of monarchy. Within it lay the crown jewels, an array of regalia, precious stones, ancient relics, and symbols of royal authority that carried intangible weight far beyond their raw value. In John's age, kings did not simply place regalia in a fixed, secure vault in a capital city, as a modern monarchy might. Instead, they travelled with these precious tokens, orbs, sceptres, ceremonial swords, and crowns, sometimes multiple crowns depending on ceremony or tradition, lugged from castle to castle, for wheresoever the monarch roamed, the symbols of power must follow. And so King John, in the final year of his life, drew these priceless objects of coronation and sovereignty behind him as he fled the approach of rebel barons and the unstoppable tide of French knights. Late in the year, with the season's rains turning the roads into a quagmire, John sought to move from Bishop's Lynn, now King's Lynn, toward Lincolnshire, crossing the Wash, a broad estuary where fresh river waters merged with the North Sea in a notoriously treacherous interplay of shifting sands and rising tides. The Wash lay spread out in a great arc, dotted with tidal flats and channels that could appear deceptively passable at low tide, then fill with astounding speed once the waters returned. To any traveller of the era, the Wash had a fearsome reputation. Pilgrims, merchants, and knights alike told tales of carts lost in the quicksand, horses mired in mud that would not release them, entire droves of livestock swallowed in tidal surges. And yet, in the rush to evade rebel forces and the threat of being cut off, John believed that crossing the estuary on a known route at low water would shave valuable time off his journey. Historians would later debate whether greed or overconfidence persuaded John to send his baggage train, including the donkey and cart-laden treasury, across a route more perilous than the main roads around the estuary. Some accounts suggest the king intended to collect tolls or taxes in the region, or perhaps secure supply lines, prompting him to dispatch the treasure-laden caravan onto the flats. Others see it as a fatal miscalculation from a king desperate to stay one step ahead of the rebel armies. In any case, John elected a course that, if timed perfectly, might allow the wagons to cross the soggy sands of the Wash before the tide returned. However, the king himself did not ride with his treasury. He took a safer path inland, leaving behind trusted servants and a retinue of knights to guard the wagons. He expected them to rejoin him on the far side, carrying the regalia and wealth essential to securing loyalty in uncertain times. But fortune turned sharply against him. As the baggage train inched its way across that treacherous ground, the fickle tide surged in faster than anticipated, driven perhaps by seasonal winds or misjudged tidal charts. The carts and animals, made slow by the heavy loads, began to sink into the sucking mud. Horses panicked, cartwheels splintered or stuck fast, and the men who tried to drag the wagons forward found themselves hip-deep in brackish muck. Suddenly the waters rushed in, chilling to the bone, swirling around crates and chests. Servants shouted in desperation, some struggling to save themselves first while others tried to salvage cargo from the rising tide. The speed at which the water advanced turned confusion into panic. Precious items, gold coins, embroidered robes, religious relics, silver plate, tumbled off wagons into the swirling brown water. More significantly, that splendid cache of regal insignia, crowns, diadems, scepters, vanished beneath the tides, their gleaming surfaces disappearing under wave after wave of churned sediment. Accounts speak of frantic attempts to rescue the chest containing the royal crowns, but weighed by metal and battered by the current, it reportedly slipped from men's grasps into the swirling depths. Horses and mules drowned or bolted, wagons were flipped or shattered to pieces, and men, shrieking with shock, were swept away in the tumult. By the time the water receded, the sands were scoured, littered only with broken cart frames and the occasional corpse. The location of the king's once proud treasury was lost under layers of estuarine sludge. News of the disaster trailed behind King John like a curse, carrying with it rumours of irretrievable treasure. By the time surviving guards caught up with him to share the tale, the king had far worse troubles to confront: his own health, precarious alliances, and the unrelenting threat of armed rebellion. Some chroniclers claim John went pale at the report and fell into a near-delirious rage, cursing the Wash, fate, and any man whose advice had led him to such a route. Others say that the shock contributed to the fever that soon seized him, for within days he took ill at Newark Castle. Indeed, the year 1216 was not kind to John. The rebellion had forced him to roam ceaselessly, with no secure base, and now his last vestiges of wealth had seemingly been swallowed by the sea. Whether from dysentery contracted in the fens, from heartbreak, or from sheer exhaustion, King John died in mid-October, leaving behind a 9-year-old son, Henry III, and a kingdom in turmoil. The crown that Henry would eventually wear had to be hastily recreated or found from older regalia, for the king's principal ceremonial crowns lay presumably drowned in the Wash. Yet for all the shock and sorrow that accompanied this calamity, the question remained, had the entire treasure truly vanished for good, or were there secret attempts at recovery? In the immediate years after John's death, a swirl of contradictory accounts emerged. Some chroniclers insisted that not all was lost, that certain knights managed to pull precious objects from the mud. Others claimed the entire baggage train was irretrievable, that the region's shifting sands had sealed the spoils forever. Royal records in the succeeding reign mention expenses for forging new regalia, a forced measure that underscores the scale of the loss. But even these records cannot provide a full inventory of what sank that day. The crown jewels of medieval England were not a single cohesive set, but a mishmash of older pieces, some from the Norman and Angevin lines, some from earlier Saxon treasure, and still more gleaned from across Europe. To lose them was not just a blow to John personally, but an assault on the concept of continuity and prestige that English kingship demanded. As decades passed, the story of the lost jewels grew in the telling. Chroniclers embroidered details about wagons stuffed with gold chalices, glittering tapestries, saintly relics encased in golden shrines, and of course the famed crown of King John, perhaps the same that had belonged to earlier Plantagenets. Many retellings included the detail that John's baggage train also carried official documents and personal effects, meaning that not only valuables, but also crucial state papers disappeared in the shifting water. The Wash, capable of dramatic transformations with each tidal cycle, was said to have devoured the possessions so completely that no matter how thoroughly men combed the coastline, they found naught but scraps of wood or tatters of cloth. In time, that region of the estuary became a byword for lost treasure, the place where an unlucky king's fortune sank beyond mortal retrieval. Nevertheless, speculation about possible salvage efforts never fully died out. In subsequent generations, as the monarchy stabilized under Henry III and later Edward I, one finds occasional references in local or royal records hinting at attempts to scour the area for remnants. Medieval technology for underwater or mud recovery was rudimentary at best, relying on large teams with rudimentary dredges, hooks, or at times, the improbable notion of diving in shallow water. The Wash, with its fearsome quicksands and strong tides, deterred casual treasure seekers. Eroding banks or newly formed mudflats might vanish or reappear, confounding even the best mapmakers. Nonetheless, legends endured of peasants finding stray coins after violent storms, or small fishing vessels dragging lumps of gold from the seafloor in their nets. Yet no verified account soared to prominence as a significant retrieval of the lost regalia, leading many historians to conclude that, If indeed any of it remained, it was scattered in untraceable pockets along the estuary floor. In more modern eras, the question resurged, particularly with the advent of improved archaeology and a growing romantic fascination for anything connected to medieval monarchy. In the 19th century, as England experienced a wave of historical revivalism, local antiquarians in East Anglia began combing the region near the Wash for evidence of the lost baggage train. This was an age in which metal detecting did not yet exist, and the available tools, spades, dredging scoops, a keen eye for anomalies, offered only limited possibilities. But it was enough to stir excitement. Amateur historians pored over the chronicles of Roger of Wendover, Matthew Paris, and other medieval chroniclers who had described the event with varying degrees of detail. They compared the texts, seeking to pinpoint precisely which route John's baggage train might have taken, hoping that the ill-fated crossing might be narrowed to a specific tract of mudflat, still accessible centuries later. One of the enduring debates centres on whether the treasure truly remains in the Wash. Some local legends hold that wily locals, warned by the stricken men who escaped the tide, rushed to scavenge what they could in the immediate aftermath. A few might have hidden lumps of gold or small pieces of the crown's jewels, sparking rumours of men who suddenly gained wealth with no accounting for how they obtained it. Yet these stories, repeated in local taverns or family lore, never produced hard proof. Another theory asserts that John himself, or perhaps a cunning retainer, orchestrated a ruse. They staged the flooding of empty crates to mislead enemies and later concealed the real regalia in a hidden stronghold far from the Wash. Adherents to this line of thought argue that the notion of losing the entire treasury was so catastrophic that it also served as a convenient smokescreen, ensuring that no one expected the king still held any valuables. But mainstream historians are skeptical, noting how devastated John seemed by the loss and how subsequent records revealed the crown's recreation for his successor. In the 20th century, with the proliferation of modern dredging and the technology to manage larger-scale underwater or mud-bound explorations, interest was periodically rekindled in searching the Wash. The estuary, however, proved devilishly complicated. Its shape changed over time. Channels that were once deep might have silted over, or new channels formed. The dynamic environment made it impossible to say with certainty where the crossing had occurred. Geomorphologists who studied the region pointed to the shifting nature of the coastline, emphasizing that any artifacts from 1216 could now be deeply buried beneath layers of sediment or carried away by centuries of tides to God knows where. Even so, treasure seekers did not cease. Spurred on by popular stories of King John's lost treasure, individuals attempted systematic hunts with metal detectors along beaches, or even engaged in small private dredging. Aside from the occasional medieval coin or unrelated artifact, these efforts yielded no grand revelation. By the mid to late 20th century, professional archaeologists sometimes included the Wash in broader surveys of submerged medieval sites, using advanced magnetometry or side-scan sonar to look for anomalies on the seabed. Their findings hinted at scattered debris, bits of medieval shipwreck or post-medieval fishing gear, but no unmistakable sign of a large concentration of precious metals or that distinctive trove which might belong to a royal baggage train. The ephemeral nature of the region's geology still confounded precise identification, for objects lost in 1216 could be under many meters of silt or drifted miles from the original point of submersion. Moreover, the historical record made plain that the baggage train was not necessarily on a boat. Instead, the wagons themselves tried to cross the flats, meaning it wasn't a typical shipwreck scenario with well-defined boundaries. Searching for wagons that might have disintegrated into sodden wood fragments over 8 centuries proved a task of near impossible scope. Despite the challenges, a dedicated group of enthusiasts has persisted. Local lore in the parishes surrounding the Wash remains rich with anecdotes. A 19th century fisherman who recovered a strange golden ornament from his net, swiftly sold it, and refused to name the buyer. Or an 18th century farmer who discovered lumps of metal that might have been gilded harness fittings. Each half-remembered rumour fuels curiosity about whether the regalia is truly gone, or whether some of it lurks in a barn or hidden chest, having been quietly laundered into new forms centuries ago. Others maintain that, because the monarchy eventually replaced the lost jewels, there was little impetus for a thorough, centuries-long salvage operation, implying that the hoard might well rest in situ. Whenever storms lash the coast, turning up unexpected objects, watchers grow alert to the possibility of some fabled piece washing ashore. So far, though, no artifact has been definitively linked to John's baggage train. Then arises the question of a cover-up. Could it be possible that the crown jewels were actually recovered in secrecy to protect the monarchy's dignity? Some writers, particularly in the 19th century's flourish of conspiracy-laced romanticism, postulated that Henry III's regent or other powerful barons might have covertly retrieved the jewels or a portion of them. The impetus for such secrecy might stem from wanting to avoid admitting the fiasco, or to deny political rivals knowledge of the monarchy's restored wealth. Under this theory, the crown worn at Henry III's later ceremonies might actually have been the same, discreetly recovered from the Wash and repaired, hence no official mention of that success. Yet mainstream scholarship points to the relatively detailed records showing the forging of new crowns and regalia in Henry III's time, an endeavour that cost the royal treasury substantially and that would have been unnecessary if the original items had been retrieved. The cover-up theory, while colourful, lacks strong archival support. All told, the story of King John's lost crown jewels persists as an irresistible piece of English folklore, continually re-examined and reimagined. The combination of a loathed monarch, the drama of a rising tide, and the entombment of regal splendour in the shifting mud strikes a chord in cultural memory, reinforcing the notion that John's reign ended in humiliating fiasco. The legend also underscores the tenuous nature of medieval kingship, reliant on physical symbols like crowns and sceptres that could be lost to the elements as easily as coin from a peasant's purse. Some modern interpreters see it as a moral parable, a grasping king undone by an environment he failed to respect. Others treat it simply as a grand puzzle, an artifact hunter's dream that might someday produce a miraculous find. The Wash, quiet in its tides and wide expanses, stands as a brooding witness to this drama, giving little sign of the secrets, if any, held in its depths. Looking backward across 8 centuries, we see how King John's misfortunes in the Wash contributed to his dark legacy. Even discounting chroniclers known to exaggerate, the essential facts remain consistent. In a frantic dash across a dangerous estuary, a large portion of John's property was swallowed by mud and tide, never recorded as reclaimed. That John died almost immediately afterward only lent a final note of pathos, reinforcing the sense that his rule had been cursed. Yet from the perspective of legal and political evolution, John's legacy would be overshadowed less by lost treasure than by the Magna Carta, the baronial revolt, and the monarchy's transformation under Henry III. Indeed, the monarchy eventually thrived anew. Nonetheless, the swirl of rumour over John's drowned fortune remains a resonant piece of medieval lore, cropping up in local ghost stories, fishing boat yarns, and the occasional sensational headline when a new metal-detecting expedition sets forth. Today, if a traveller stands at the edges of the Wash on a grey morning, gazing out over the flat salt marshes and the infinite horizon, they might sense a hush that belongs to places where time itself feels suspended. The cry of seabirds, the whisper of marsh grasses in the wind, and the distant gleam of water across the flats all conspire to evoke that autumn day when wagons piled high with regal wealth ventured forth and were swallowed by brine and quicksand. The tides that race in can still take on a hypnotic power, reminding the observer how easily a miscalculated crossing can prove fatal. It is entirely conceivable that deep beneath centuries of alluvial silt, corroded lumps of gold or gem-encrusted metal lie in timeless darkness, tangible fragments of a monarchy's heartbreak. Or, quite possibly, the receding tide and local opportunists might have scattered or retrieved scattered pieces, leaving behind only ephemeral ghosts in the historical record. No definitive proof has surfaced to close the debate, and so this episode lingers in the English imagination, bridging the gap between medieval events and modern curiosity. It stands among the country's most enduring treasure tales, often invoked alongside stories of lost Saxon hoards or pirate stashes. By summoning the memory of a flawed monarch, a swirling tide, and the vanishing of symbols meant to proclaim regal might, it offers a cautionary note about hubris and the fragility of power. Whatever the ultimate fate of King John's lost crown jewels, buried forever in the shifting estuary or spirited away soon after, they form an evocative chapter in the long saga of England's monarchy. The Wash, for its part, retains that hush of the fens and tide flats, as though it knows more than it will ever reveal, and perhaps that is how the legend remains vital. The place itself silently guards a story of watery betrayal, waiting for some future day when, if fortune wills it, shining fragments of gold and gem might once more see the light. It was said that in those lean, desperate years of the Great Depression, when entire swaths of the United States grappled with economic ruin and the parched desert sun baked the American Southwest, a secret tide of Mexican gold quietly found its way across the border. Whispers abounded in border towns of trucks travelling dusty back roads at odd hours, loaded well beyond normal capacity. Rumours drifted from dusty saloons to rancher gatherings that some wealthy financiers in Mexico were orchestrating a grand scheme, hoarding vast quantities of gold bars in the hope of selling them later at soaring prices. Over time, the name Leon Trabuco surfaced in hushed conversations, carrying with it the air of a cunning millionaire whose ambitions reached beyond the constraints of any law. And while the world around him reeled from unemployment and breadlines, Trabuco and his associates allegedly leveraged the swirling uncertainties of the gold market, stashing away a treasure rumoured to be worth fortunes even then, and perhaps unimaginable sums in the decades that followed. They said he buried it somewhere across the desert expanse, lost in a vast ocean of scrub brush and red rock, leaving behind only faint traces and an enduring mystery. In the early 1930s, Mexico itself was not immune to the global economic collapse triggered by the Great Depression. Civil strife and political tensions combined with international market woes, leaving the country's elites seeking ways to protect their assets. One of these wealthy men was Leon Trabuco, described by many who knew him as dashing in manner and blessed with a sharp mercantile mind. Tales of his business acumen circulated among Mexican investors. He could anticipate currency fluctuations, raw material booms, and busts in a way that earned him both admirers and silent foes. Like many others who recognized the precarious situation of the world's financial markets, he believed gold would hold or increase its value when paper currencies faltered. Yet in Mexico, as in the US, gold ownership and transport were subject to shifting legal frameworks, especially once Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration in the United States took bold steps to regulate and seize private gold in an effort to stabilize the economy. According to law, Trabuco deduced that the US was on the verge of revaluing gold, effectively driving up its price. He recognized that if he could somehow stockpile large quantities of the metal cheaply and move it surreptitiously across the border, he and his partners could bide their time and eventually profit tremendously when the official gold price soared. The advantage would be staggering. The difference between gold's old fixed price and the new standard, set after Roosevelt's bold interventions, might yield enormous profits for those who held physical bullion. But to pull off such a plan required more than mere cunning. It demanded discretion, reliable channels of communication, and a network of trusted operatives to handle the gold away from prying eyes. The legend holds that between 1931 and 1933, Trabuco quietly rallied a small circle of like-minded investors, powerful men in Mexico who had the liquidity to purchase gold cheaply from various sources. Some of this gold, it is said, was minted as coins, while other portions existed as standard ingots or rough bars poured from the smelters of local mines. They harnessed black market routes and took advantage of the labyrinthine corruption in certain regions. By bribing officials along the border, they secured safe passage for trucks loaded with crates of gold, crossing over in remote stretches of the desert where watchtowers were few and dusty trails left minimal records. Precise details are murky, overshadowed by time and the hush that inevitably surrounds clandestine operations. Yet multiple accounts describe caravans traveling by night, their headlights shuttered to narrow beams, trudging across lonesome terrain and stopping at prearranged ranches or hidden gulches to store their precious cargo. At first, the group sought an immediate opportunity. They hoped to deposit their gold in or near US banks, capitalizing on differences in currency valuations. But the tightening regulations under Roosevelt, culminating in the Executive Order 6102 of 1933, which criminalized the private hoarding of gold, threw a wrench into any straightforward plan. Trabuco and his compatriots realized that official banking channels in the States now bristled with legal risks. The US government was demanding citizens turn in gold for paper currency, effectively removing gold coins from circulation. Meanwhile, unscrupulous or threatened bank managers were more likely to betray clandestine clients if federal investigators came knocking. And so, the conspirators turned to the possibility of burying or hiding the gold in rural parts of the Southwest, far from roads, rail hubs, or suspicious eyes. They would wait out the legal storms, sure that the government in time would revalue gold upward. Once that happened, they would stealthily retrieve and sell the gold at huge profit. Over the following months, if one believes the testimonies of certain ranch hands and desert wanderers, makeshift convoys transported ton upon ton of gold bars into the American desert. Some accounts speak of an arrangement with a local landowner, a man who either shared in the enterprise or was paid handsomely to allow them to excavate a hidden vault. Others claim that they used ephemeral landmarks and cunning illusions to bury the gold in multiple caches, ensuring that no single discovery would yield the entire fortune. Rumors abound. Some say the stash lay beneath a nondescript butte near the southwestern edge of New Mexico. Others speak of a hidden canyon in Arizona or a desert basin in Nevada. The southwestern scape sprawls so wide that half a dozen plausible regions could easily swallow even hundreds of crates without leaving a whisper of evidence. Trabuco's personal diaries, if they existed, never surfaced, but those who encountered him in that era described him as wary, keenly aware that prying ears might lurk in every bar or hotel lobby. He travelled discreetly, adopting false names or travelling under the guise of a tourist from Mexico City. Meanwhile, he and his partners allegedly kept a coded record of how much gold had crossed the border and where it was stored. The idea, presumably, was that once Roosevelt fully set the new official gold price, something that indeed happened in 1934, raising gold from $20.67 to $35 per ounce, they would wait a short while for the markets to stabilize and then reintroduce the bullion. The profit margin from such a jump would be astronomical, potentially making them some of the wealthiest men on the continent. Yet their timing proved ill-fated. By 1934, with the new legal restrictions on gold in full effect, it was no longer straightforward to liquidate large amounts of precious metal without attracting official scrutiny. If they tried to move it into official channels, the government might seize it or demand explanations. The conspirators were no doubt spooked. Some apparently wanted to quickly offload it at discreet gold dealers or smelt it into new forms to obscure its origin, but the risk of exposure loomed large. Meanwhile, the rumour mill among smugglers and black market traders turned leonine. It only took a few loose lips for unscrupulous criminals to learn that a fortune lay hidden somewhere in the desert. Fears of bandit raids or unauthorized digs heightened tensions among the partners. As time marched on, the scheme grew heavier with complications. Leon Trabuco, once so confident in his cunning, faced repeated dead ends in trying to retrieve the gold safely. The complexities of law, plus the personal rifts with some of his partners, led to an impasse. Then tragedy piled upon misfortune. Several of Trabuco's closest associates died within a short span, some through accidents or illness, others through circumstances never fully explained. As these men passed away, the knowledge of the gold's precise location grew more fragmentary, locked in the grave with them. Meanwhile, the US Treasury, well aware that gold smuggling was afoot, ramped up investigative efforts. Some believe Trabuco realized he might be facing fines or prison time if caught. He withdrew into an even deeper shell of secrecy. By the late 1930s, the world drifted toward another cataclysm in the form of World War II, overshadowing the lesser drama of a few missing tons of gold. Rumor has it that in these final years of his life, Trabuco either tried one last desperate attempt to retrieve the hoard or simply vanished from public dealings. He died, officially in 1939 or 1940, depending on whose record you trust, leaving no clear instructions or map for his heirs. The fortunes of his estate, largely entangled in other investments, made no mention of a gold stash. And so, the story took on the aura of myth, that somewhere, deep in the southwestern desert, lay a hidden fortune of Mexican gold bars, waiting for someone bold and lucky enough to claim them. The decades that followed Trabuco's death saw the American Southwest transformed in many ways. Highways crisscrossed once isolated desert lands, new boom towns blossomed near oil fields or defense installations, and tourists ventured into canyons once rarely visited by outsiders. Yet the southwestern desert remained vast and silent, its horizon broken by red mesas, salt flats, and labyrinthine gullies that seemed to mock the efforts of cartographers. Against this backdrop, the legend of Leon Trabuco's lost gold endured, fueled by passing references in dime novels or half-forgotten confessions. Over time, treasure hunters from all walks of life, professional explorers, local ranchers, weekend adventurers, began sifting through the stories, hoping for a clue to the secret location. Some said it must lie near Monument Valley, others fingered the region around the Four Corners, and a few insisted it was stashed not far from the old highways of eastern New Mexico or in remote pockets of the Sonoran Desert in Arizona. In the 1960s and 70s, as the phenomenon of metal detecting and treasure hunting magazines blossomed, new claims cropped up with dizzying regularity. More than a few self-styled explorers trudged across scorching desert floors, scanning for anomalies. Some tried to corner local rumor. Old ranchers might recall mysterious trucks from decades earlier, or leftover bits of crates discovered in ravines. But time had washed away most of those ephemeral traces, and the dryness of the climate seemed to conspire with the desert's brutal dust storms to erase footprints of the past. Occasionally, a prospector or hiker turned up a single gold coin or a battered bar with faint mint markings, fueling fresh excitement. Yet none of these finds could be conclusively tied to Trabuco's alleged hoard. They might just as easily have come from other smuggling rings or from travelers' lost valuables. Still, the legend refused to die, and new developments in technology seemed to promise breakthroughs. In the 1980s, some groups began using small private aircraft equipped with aerial magnetometry or thermal imaging, hoping that lumps of hidden metal might stand out against the desert's natural geology. Such scans sometimes identified curious magnetic anomalies, pockets beneath the ground that merited further investigation. More often than not, subsequent ground digs turned up nothing but iron-rich rock or old junk left behind by cattle ranches or railroad expansions. A handful of searchers tried using ground-penetrating radar in select areas, rumoured to be prime deposit sites. They found perplexing shapes, voids or large lumps below the desert crust, and excitedly set out with picks, shovels, and bulldozers. Yet these hunts often ended in heartbreak, revealing only the hidden channels of dry washes or worthless lumps of heavy minerals. Each disappointment chipped away at the participants' finances and morale, but it never fully extinguished the rumour that the real motherlode lurked somewhere else, just out of reach. The lure of the legend also attracted con artists. In the 1980s and 90s, a string of treasure hunting funds emerged, run by charismatic promoters who claimed to have inside knowledge about Trabuco's stash. They cajoled investors to finance expensive equipment rentals, bribes for land access, and large-scale digs. Newspaper headlines occasionally featured images of bulldozers cutting swaths through desert scrubs, or teams of men huddled around monitors, all in the hope that any moment they might unearth gleaming gold bars. Time and again, these expeditions bogged down in disputes, lawsuits, and allegations of fraud. Few, if any, turned up credible evidence of gold. Meanwhile, local authorities, from Bureau of Land Management officials to county sheriffs, often clashed with these groups over trespassing, environmental damage, and unpaid permit fees. Some hardened treasure hunters labelled it a conspiracy, alleging that the government didn't want them to find the gold, possibly because it might raise sticky questions about ownership and taxes dating back to the 1930s. Others simply recognized that half-truths and inflated claims were fueling naive speculation. Despite these fiascos, a few persistent researchers took a more scholarly approach. They combed archives in both Mexico and the United States, seeking references to Leon Trabuco's life and finances. They traced shipping records, examined land deeds in southwestern counties, and looked for mentions of gold movements in old treasury reports. Certain tidbits seemed to confirm that Trabuco had indeed purchased large amounts of gold in Mexico at depressed prices. Mexican customs records from that era showed unusual exports of metal labelled as industrial materials, though no definitive link to Trabuco's name. Meanwhile, letters recovered from the estate of one of his associates hinted that multiple shipments of the product were sent north and discreetly stored on R's land near the state line. But these cryptic references offered no smoking gun, no coordinates or conclusive location. Even diaries that might have existed had scattered or vanished entirely, lost in the shuffle of estate disputes, or hidden by heirs unwilling to stir the dust of a questionable enterprise. By the mid-20th century, the federal government's stance on gold had shifted once again, with private ownership eventually reinstated. That meant if someone did uncover a large hoard of old bars, the legal ramifications would be complicated but not necessarily catastrophic. Nonetheless, a new wave of rumour insisted the government might forcibly claim it. The logic was that since the gold had allegedly been smuggled in under illegal circumstances, the US Treasury or even the Mexican government could lay claim to it. This fear, while never fully substantiated by legal precedent, gave rise to conspiracy theories that the gold had already been found in secret by some official agency, quietly confiscated or carted away under the cloak of night. A handful of local stories recounted how suspicious federal trucks visited certain desert locales in the 1970s or 80s, carrying equipment to unearth something. No photographic proof exists to support these tales, but to believers in conspiracies, the lack of evidence was itself evidence of a cover-up. Among those convinced the hoard remains hidden, a key question persists. How could so many tons of gold lie undetected for decades? Some note that desert sands can shift dramatically in storms, partially burying or uncovering small ridges. Others point out that if the stash was interred at the base of an eroded cliff or in a concealed natural cave, it would remain virtually invisible unless a searcher stumbled right upon it. A surprising number of canyons in the southwest see almost no human traffic year to year. Pondering these possibilities, modern expedition teams occasionally target lesser-known corners of public land, scanning for hidden compartments in the rock or evidence of man-made tunnels. But the southwestern desert, even in modern times, is a labyrinth of gullies and plateaus. Without reliable leads, searching is akin to scooping out the ocean with a thimble. Now and again, a sensational break appears in the press. Treasure hunter claims to have found Trabuco's gold, or desert diggers uncover secret bars. The details then emerge, revealing it to be yet another hoax or a misunderstanding. Someone found a handful of brass bars or located a lead deposit mistaken for gold. The local community might roll their eyes, having seen the cycle repeat for decades. Yet for each letdown, a new rumour surfaces, fueling the legend's second wind. The story remains so alluring, vast wealth waiting under the desert sun, connected to a historical figure whose cunning and secrecy overshadowed conventional norms. It is the gold-laced American dream, tinted by southwestern mystique. The dryness of the desert, the hush of nighttime beneath countless stars, the unmarked arroyos that might cradle a treasure beyond measure. Some investigators, convinced that Trabuco's gold remains out there, attempt to trace a pattern of plausible routes. They suspect that the caravans from Mexico would have travelled certain roads or trails to avoid major population centres. They examine old automotive records from southwestern towns, searching for anomalies in gas purchases or lodging. If multiple trucks loaded with gold had come through a remote region, they reason, there should be a fleeting footprint in local memory. Someone might have sold them supplies, offered a safe house. Indeed, hints do exist. A retired truck driver once claimed he was hired to haul heavy machine parts for a few nights in the 1930s, traveling from near Laredo up into the wild country of southwestern Texas or eastern New Mexico, receiving lavish pay for each mile. But he never saw inside the crates, he said, and even if he did, that memory was decades old, with no proof beyond anecdote. Another line of speculation centers on the possibility that Trabuco's men, upon discovering they couldn't easily sell the gold after 1934, decided to discreetly move it again, perhaps splitting it into smaller caches scattered across multiple ranches or canyons. This scenario complicates matters even further, for if the gold was subdivided, any single stash might be comparatively modest, though collectively the total would still be staggering. Meanwhile, some insiders propose that at least part of the hoard was eventually retrieved. They claim that a secret sale in the black market took place in the late 1930s or early 40s, netting silent profits for whoever orchestrated it. Another theory says the men, spooked by legal repercussions, left the gold untouched for so long that they eventually died, leaving the entire trove stranded. One or two individuals might have tried to retrieve it after Trabuco's death, but lacking the precise location or facing logistical nightmares, they simply gave up. Time, as always, weaves additional layers of confusion. The southwestern desert is no static landscape. Highways expand, subdivisions sprawl, modern ranching and commercial development push outward. There's a chance that some portion of land once remote is now a suburban tract or part of a solar farm. Could it be that gold bars lie beneath a quiet cul-de-sac or a dusty parking lot by an interstate? Stranger tales have emerged from history. If so, one wonders whether the property owners might one day stumble upon a glint of metal while digging a foundation. Alternatively, if the stash remained in truly wild country, it could stay lost for 100 more years, locked away in stony gullies until some future generation's technology can detect metal with pinpoint accuracy from high in the sky or from satellites scanning deeper electromagnetic spectrums. In certain treasure hunting circles, Trabuco's lost gold has achieved quasi-legendary status, akin to that of the Lost Dutchman's mine or the rumoured stashes of Butch Cassidy. The storyline has all the classic elements: cunning profiteers, hidden wealth in an uncharted domain, tragedies that carried secrets to the grave. Authors spin new versions of the saga, piling on speculation about elaborate coded maps or violent confrontations between Trabuco's men and local outlaws. Hollywood at times flirts with the premise for scripts, embellishing with episodes of shootouts and subterranean catacombs that never truly existed. Reality, of course, is likely more mundane. The hoard, if it was indeed as large as rumour insists, may simply be a cluster of crates wrapped in rotted tarps, tucked behind a stony ridge, waiting in a hush so profound it defies imagination. Ever so often, someone surfaces claiming final proof that the gold was found. A story might circulate that a certain ranch sold for a suspiciously high price in the 1960s, prompting speculation that the buyer discovered the fortune on the property. Another rumor contends that a small circle of well-connected men quietly liquidated portions of the gold in Europe after World War II, converting it into Swiss accounts. None of these stories yield verifying documents or consistent testimonies. The second-hand or third-hand nature of the clues stokes frustration, yet keeps the myth alive. The lure remains that a handful of well-placed leads or the unearthing of a critical diary might blow the case wide open. Despite repeated attempts, the question stands unanswered. Does Leon Trabuco's hoard still rest somewhere under the southwestern sun? Or did he or his associates manage to reclaim it in secret? Or did criminals or opportunistic desert dwellers stumble upon it decades ago, quietly turning the gold into cash without the world's knowledge? The dryness of the southwestern wind offers no clues. The same rolling tumbleweeds pass through year by year, pressing outward in wide arcs across the vacant horizon. At times one imagines the spirit of Trabuco still lingering at the edge of these canyons, smirking at the futility of treasure hunters who chase the echoes of his cunning plan. By hoarding gold to cheat the system, he might have cheated himself, leaving behind only the faintest rumor. When modern treasure seekers gather to discuss the story, they typically return to a handful of central documents: old newspaper clippings referencing allegations of gold smuggling from Mexico, partial depositions from men who did business with Trabuco, and the scattered testimonies of local southwestern residents who swore they saw suspicious convoys in the 1930s. The official records remain incomplete, patchy, or downright contradictory. Some federal archives detail attempts by the US government to crack down on illegal gold trades, but never mention Leon Trabuco by name. That is hardly surprising for an era rife with pseudonyms and hush-hush deals. Ultimately, the puzzle persists without enough clarity to designate any single site as the spot. And if a bold adventurer does pinpoint a site, they must face the risk of drilling or excavating on land that might be private property, tribal land, or protected federal territory. Permits, fines, or potential legal battles loom large. The intangible risk, too, is that any success might invite lawsuits from the Mexican government, from the heirs of Trabuco's partners, or from the US Treasury, complicating what might otherwise be the greatest find in modern treasure hunting lore. Naturally, the notion of an undiscovered hoard worth tens of millions of dollars, or more, given gold's modern prices, exerts a magnetic pull. Each year, new technology emerges that might scan deeper, interpret geological data more reliably, or cross-reference historical documents with big data analytics. Some foresee a future in which advanced satellites or drone-based scanning might reveal anomalies in soil composition that would scream buried metal. If that day arrives, perhaps the real question will be whether the gold remains at all, or if the desert has quietly reabsorbed any sign of it. Rusting crates, corroded surfaces, though gold itself tarnishes so slowly that it would likely gleam if exhumed, as bright as the day it was minted. In the end, the story of Leon Trabuco's lost gold stands as a testament to the synergy of greed, ambition, and secrecy that shaped the Great Depression era. Trabuco was no mere desperado or wide-eyed dreamer. By most accounts, he was a shrewd financier, betting on macroeconomic shifts with the cunning of a modern hedge fund manager. The puzzle that remains is whether his secret bet quite literally remains in the southwestern dust, a fortune that outlived him and his partners, silent as bones in a forgotten grave. The swirl of speculation from sincere scholarship to outlandish yarns underscores how deeply such treasure stories captivate the imagination. So long as the desert remains wide and the old references remain inconclusive, rumor will continue to breed new quests. Some adventurers will mount expeditions in the scorching summer heat, driven by the persistent fantasy that a single stroke of luck, an exposed corner of a wooden crate, or a beep from a metal detector will yield a revelation that might rewrite the story of Trabuco's cunning plan. And so, through each passing generation, the southwestern winds swirl across the buttes and canyons, carrying with them the whispers of gold bars concealed from the eyes of governments and bankers, waiting for the moment that they might once again see the light of day. If Leon Trabuco truly orchestrated such a massive concealment, one can only imagine his private satisfaction in orchestrating an elaborate scheme beyond the grasp of either the US or Mexican authorities. Perhaps, in his final years, he intended to reveal the location, but found himself trapped by shifting political fortunes, or betrayed by a partner, or simply undone by mortality. In that scenario, the gold remains, a silent testament to a plan overshadowed by hubris and shifting laws. If, on the other hand, the treasure was spirited away or retrieved quietly, then the entire southwestern legacy of it is but an echo, a ghost story told around campfires by prospectors who still believe in the raw magic of buried bullion. To this day, no definitive proof has surfaced to solve the riddle. Believers can still find enough scraps of historical fact to stoke their fantasies, while skeptics highlight the repeated failures of modern hunts as evidence that perhaps the entire story was inflated, a patchwork of half-truths and rumour spun into a tale for the ages. Yet, in any dusty corner of the American Southwest, one might pause under the blazing midday sun, look out across the miles of shimmering desert, and wonder if untold riches lie just beneath the surface, hidden by the cunning of men who gambled with fate. And maybe, in that timeless hush, you can almost hear the faint echoes of distant engines from decades past, trucks rumbling over the horizon, carrying the weight of gold bars that, if the legend holds true, still lie in slumber, far from prying eyes, awaiting a day that may never come. In the final decades of Spanish dominion over South America, when colonial society in Lima moved beneath the imposing spires of cathedrals financed by silver and gold, the city's promenades bustled with trade and ambition. Merchants and bureaucrats rubbed shoulders in arcaded plazas, their fortunes tied to the glimmering wealth mined from the Andean highlands and transported from the interior by mule trains laden with bullion. The viceroyalty of Peru, headquartered in Lima, was one of the richest seats of Spanish power in the New World. Its troves of church ornaments, royal bullion, and private fortunes ran into staggering sums, fueling the image of a city that sparkled with golden altars and reliquaries encrusted with gems. Yet by the early 19th century, the winds of revolution had swept through the Americas. One after another, Spanish colonies rose in rebellion, spurred by liberal ideals and an eagerness to throw off the centuries-long yoke of the empire. Argentina had declared independence in 1816. Colombia was surging toward a republican future, and armies loyal to Simón Bolívar or José de San Martín pressed deeper into the heart of the continent. By 1820, the Spanish forces in Peru sensed the nearing collapse of their once invincible domain. Lima, the city of kings, trembled at the approach of insurgents who promised to end colonial rule. Rumor spread that the final blow was imminent. Amid this rising tension, Spanish loyalists in Lima made the fateful decision to evacuate the city's most precious treasures, hoping to prevent them from falling into revolutionary hands. Some of these valuables belonged to the Catholic Church. Massive candelabras, golden chalices, crucifixes studded with emeralds, and an enormous statue of the Virgin Mary, rumoured to be cast entirely in gold. Others were the private fortunes of noble families, locked in heavy chests lined with iron, or minted into coinage bearing the visage of Spanish monarchs. There were also rumoured stashes of royal bullion, ingots stacked in dusty storehouses awaiting transport back to the mother country, along with exquisite diamonds and pearls donated by the wealthy to ensure the new regime could not seize them. If the patriots arrived in the city, they would find it stripped of the greatest material symbols of Spanish prestige. But one question vexed the loyalists. How could they safely move such a colossal fortune out of a city under imminent threat? Bands of rebels roamed the countryside, and roads to the port were far from secure. It was decided that shipping the treasure by sea offered the best chance of salvation. The hope was that once the riches were aboard a dependable vessel, they could be borne up the coast and eventually across the Pacific to safer territory. Maybe Mexico, perhaps even the Philippines, which was still loyal to Spain. Around this time, the figure of Captain William Thompson appeared in local tales, a British merchant captain of ambiguous repute. Thompson commanded a ship often known in recollections as the Mary Dear, though some accounts name it differently. It was said that he cultivated an image of reliability, exuding enough polite command to impress Spanish officials desperate for a solution. They entrusted him with an almost unbelievable task: to guard the city's greatest hoard, an accumulation of gold, silver and jewels worth tens of millions of dollars in early 19th century terms, and to spirit it out of Lima before rebel forces secured control. By some versions of the story, a group of Spanish soldiers or guards boarded the vessel to oversee the cargo, ensuring that Thompson would follow the agreed route and eventually hand over the wealth to the loyalists. Others suggest he was given free rein but sworn to secrecy about the final destination. In either case, he was expected to deliver or safeguard the treasure on behalf of the Spanish crown. Bales of coins, bullion bars, and jewel-encrusted religious ornaments were loaded onto the Mary Dear. Tales even mention a life-size gold statue of the Virgin Mary draped in precious stones, an object that might have been a symbol of the church's opulence or a revered relic rarely permitted out of its sanctuary. The final sum of wealth remains a subject of speculation. Some say the entire cargo might be the equivalent of hundreds of millions in modern dollars. Others scale it back to more modest but still astounding figures. Regardless, it was a trove sufficient to dazzle the imaginations of everyone from Spanish viceroys to future treasure hunters. Leaving the port under cover of secrecy, the Mary Dear, or whichever name the vessel truly bore, slipped away from the Peruvian coast. This was 1820. The age of sail still reigned over the Pacific. Storms were frequent and safe harbours scarce. Spanish officials in Lima felt a fleeting relief. If the city fell, at least the heart of its material wealth would not become a trophy for the revolutionaries. But what followed next is the stuff of legend and speculation. According to the most famous version, Thompson and his crew conspired to murder or seize the Spanish guards on board. Freed from the watchful eyes of the men who had hired him, Thompson apparently set course not for Mexico or the Philippines, but for an entirely different horizon. However, the ocean is vast, and the contemporary records are scattered. Some accounts claim Thompson murdered the Spanish officers, their bodies cast overboard under the cloak of night. Others maintain he merely marooned them on some remote stretch of coastline. The official statements, if any were taken, have never surfaced in verifiable form, possibly lost to the chaos of the era. Whatever the truth, the outcome remains consistent across the many retellings. Captain Thompson vanished with the treasure, never returning it to any Spanish authority. He and his crew had become pirates or renegades of fortune, sailing into the great unknown with a haul that overshadowed the loot of many fabled buccaneers. Eventually, the story links Thompson and his men to the waters near Cocos Island, a small, verdant patch of land about 300 miles off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Even before Thompson's alleged arrival, Cocos Island had gleaned a reputation among sailors as a hidden haven, rumoured to have sheltered pirate communities. Steeped in sea lore, it featured precipitous cliffs, dense rainforests, and countless hidden coves accessible only by small boats. It was the kind of place any mariner might dream of using as a secret cache for contraband, remote from shipping lanes and generally ignored by colonial authorities. According to the legend, the Mary Dear dropped anchor off Cocos Island's rocky shoreline. Thompson, with a select group of men, rowed ashore under the cover of night. They carried chests of coins, sacks of jewels, golden reliquaries, and presumably that gleaming statue of the Virgin. They trekked inland through thick foliage, climbing up ravines and following streams. Eventually, in some secluded canyon, or perhaps behind a waterfall, they dug a deep pit, or used a natural cave to conceal the spoils. The cunning captain made note of the spot in a journal, or carved some coded markings into the bark of an ancient tree. Then they returned to their ship, intending to split up and vanish, leaving behind no trace that might lead others to the buried fortune. If they intended to come back later with a more secure plan, the historical record is silent. As the story continues, Spanish authorities eventually caught up with the Mary Dear. Some accounts place the capture near the coast of Central America. Others say it happened off the coast of Mexico. Thompson and a few of his crew supposedly were taken prisoner. Interrogated, the men refused to reveal the location of the treasure. They might have teased the idea of cooperating if it meant sparing their own necks. But in many versions, Thompson was either executed or escaped custody at the last moment. One popular telling has him leading Spanish officials back to Cocos Island to recover the stash, only to slip away into the jungle and evade them, effectively scuttling their mission. With that final dash for freedom, he sealed the secret of the treasure's hiding place in the darkness of the island's interior. By the 1830s, words drifted through maritime circles of an immense treasure of Lima, abandoned on Cocos Island. Seamen whispered about it in waterfront taverns, and adventurers from many nations tallied second-hand accounts of Spanish gold waiting to be found. The lack of official confirmation only fed these rumors. Where, after all, were the original owners? The Spanish colonial regime in Peru had collapsed, replaced by the newly independent state, and the monarchy in Spain was in no position to fund expeditions across the world for something whose existence they could no longer verify. The swirl of war and revolution meant the treasure's rightful claimants were few, and political upheaval overshadowed a coherent attempt to recover it. Over the next century and beyond, Cocos Island became a beacon for treasure hunters of every stripe. The list of those who arrived with picks, shovels, and dreams of riches reads like a roll call of the romantic and the desperate. Some financed modest expeditions in small schooners, living off the island's coconuts and fish while they dug hole after hole in the torrid heat. Others arrived under government sanction or with private backers possessing deeper pockets, bringing more sophisticated equipment, dynamite to clear rock faces, metal detectors in later decades, elaborate maps that an alleged descendant of Thompson might have produced. And, as with so many lost treasure tales, the effort seemed always on the brink of success, yet never conclusively rewarded. During the 19th century, The island's geography itself frustrated searchers. Cocos' thick rainforest, frequent rainfall, and abrupt changes in terrain made thorough exploration a grueling endeavour. Steep ridges and hidden valleys forced would-be adventurers into precarious climbs. Sinkholes and shifting watercourses sometimes destroyed carefully laid excavation sites, and beyond the physical hazards, the jungle teemed with biting insects, venomous creatures, and the humidity that corroded metal tools and gave men fevers. It was a place ill-fitted for novices. Yet there were always new rumours to spur the next party of adventurers. Some said a dying sailor from Thompson's crew had confessed the coordinates to a priest. Others insisted a battered sea chest had been washed ashore containing a partial map. A handful of old whalers or merchant captains passing through the Pacific claimed to have glimpsed cryptic carvings on the trunk of a giant tree deep in the island's interior, markings that might indicate the number of paces from the beach or the alignment of a rock formation. Each new scrap of gossip spawned more digging, more dashed hopes. The 20th century only magnified the island's mystique as newspapers around the world published sensational features on the lost treasure of Lima. Films and novels wove it into their plots. The aura around Cocos Island thickened with each retelling. Beyond the core story of Spanish gold, rumours emerged that other legendary pirates, Benito, Henry Morgan, or even Captain Edward Davis, had similarly stashed loot on the island. Wild speculation blurred these stories into a single swirling rumour that Cocos Island was riddled with more stolen gold than any place on Earth, a veritable hoard waiting just beneath the green canopy. Among those who came to the island with high hopes were explorers of varied backgrounds. Some arrived quietly, with just a small group of friends and a boat. Others made headlines. One early 20th century personality, John Keating Jack Gisler, spent over a decade on Cocos, obtaining a concession from the Costa Rican government that allowed him to search. Gisler believed passionately in the treasure's existence and doggedly pursued every lead, even claiming to have found evidence of old excavations that might confirm earlier digs had come close. But Gisler, like so many others, left with empty hands, undone by the island's punishing environment and the intangible nature of rumour. It wasn't only small-time adventurers who came. In the run-up to World War II, certain stories circulated that Nazi Germany showed a brief interest in the island, possibly as a remote haven or a source of funds. Though unconfirmed, there are accounts of German vessels prowling the Pacific, perhaps investigating rumoured stashes. Later, claims would arise of a U-boat sighting near Cocos, fueling speculation that some clandestine operation might have removed the treasure. But no solid proof emerged. Such rumours, while captivating, mostly highlight how many different parties recognized the hypnotic lure of the fabled fortune. In the post-war decades, treasure hunting on Cocos Island became more regulated. Costa Rica, acknowledging the potential damage from haphazard digging and the island's ecological value, declared Cocos a national park. Permits for exploration grew harder to secure. The dense jungle thrived unmolested, providing a pristine environment for marine and terrestrial wildlife. Yet that didn't stop occasional expeditions. Some well-funded teams arrived with advanced technologies, submersibles to scan the seafloor around the island, magnetometers capable of detecting large masses of metal underground, or drilling rigs to probe the rock. Each time, word spread that a final, conclusive search was underway. The puzzle, however, remains unsolved. Some modern treasure seekers turn to archival research, combing through old Spanish documents in Lima, Mexico City, or Madrid. They searched for shipping logs that might mention the Mary Dear, or for letters penned by Spanish officers that reference the cargo's weight and final instructions. A few found scattered references, but the chaotic swirl of revolutionary politics in the 1820s meant the paper trail was incomplete. Many official records were destroyed or misplaced, and those that remained seldom reference William Thompson by name, if he existed as described. Meanwhile, the treasure of Lima as a concept took on a life of its own, appearing in numerous romantic or dramatized accounts that wove fact and fiction into an inseparable tapestry. The difficulty in verifying the treasure's existence doesn't entirely disprove it. History has many examples of massive hoards that vanished in times of crisis, reappearing decades or centuries later to vindicate older tales. But it also offers cautionary episodes. Rumour can amplify small facts into grand illusions. For critics, the lack of any large find after more than a century of digging is compelling evidence that if the gold was ever there, it has long since been removed, perhaps by Thompson's remaining crew or by someone else entirely. Some suspect that the first wave of searchers in the mid-19th century might have succeeded quietly, never announcing their triumph. Yet no record of such success has ever been convincingly documented. Occasionally, a news outlet or rumour mill flares with an announcement that treasure found on Cocos Island, only for the details to fizzle upon scrutiny. In a few cases, small caches of coins have reportedly been unearthed, but these might be unrelated to Thompson's famed haul, perhaps lost or stashed by passing pirates or even left over from more recent inhabitants. Without verifiable hallmarks linking them to the fabled cargo from Lima, they remain intriguing artifacts, but not the motherlode. The repeating pattern is almost ritualistic. A group obtains permission to explore, invests time and resources, discovers tantalizing hints, an old anchor embedded in coral, an unexplained excavation from decades past, only to depart with no conclusive proof. Some leave behind diaries or journals describing the harshness of the island, dense tangles of undergrowth that can shred clothing, sudden deluges that transform streams into torrents, swarms of insects. In modern times, the island's reputation as a diving paradise and UNESCO World Heritage Site overshadow the treasure hunting mania, but it never fades entirely. The puzzle of Cocos Island treasure hunts is further complicated by the possibility that the actual stash might lie in hidden sea caves or partially submerged tunnels carved by volcanic processes. The coastline is pitted with cavities that might be accessible only at low tide, or even only by diving. Over the years, small submersibles and divers have probed certain caves, discovering unusual rock formations, but no sign of a treasure vault. Hurricanes and storms alter the littoral landscape, potentially burying or revealing new pockets of sand. If Captain Thompson truly did step ashore, he may have hidden the hoard in a place that's now geologically unrecognizable. Another intriguing possibility is that Thompson chose an entirely different island or region. Cocos Island became the main suspect, but the Pacific is scattered with remote atolls from the Galapagos to the Marquesas. The rumour might have pinned blame or credit on Cocos simply because it was well known in maritime lore as a pirate lair. Or perhaps Thompson used the island as a red herring, if he intended a future retrieval. Sowing misinformation about where the cargo lay would have been a canny tactic. And yet, the repeated mention of Cocos in period documents and recollections from seamen travelling along the Central American coast in the early to mid-1800s suggests there was at least some historical reason for focusing on that island. Enough would-be heirs or descendants of Thompson showed up in various ports claiming knowledge of the trove's location, each brandishing a cryptic map. The storyline repeated so often that it seemed too widespread to be mere coincidence. Over the decades, these fragments of rumor coalesced into the formidable legend known globally as the Treasure of Lima. As the 20th century moved into the 21st, technology advanced at a pace that would have stunned sailors of Thompson's day. Satellite imagery, GPS surveys, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced scanning devices removed some guesswork, but the real challenge remained. None of these tools guarantees an easy find if the treasure is concealed behind thick rock or in a labyrinth of forested gullies. Worse still, the environment is fiercely protected by the Costa Rican government, which rightfully seeks to preserve Cocos Island's unique ecology. The scientific interest in the island's biodiversity often takes precedence over treasure hunts, limiting the scale or scope of excavations. Prospective searchers must navigate a maze of permits and environmental regulations. Some have done so, only to come up short again. Yet the fascination endures. Explorers still vow to crack the mystery, citing fresh leads or newly found diaries. Occasionally, an expedition claims it has discovered a promising anomaly in the bedrock or found a hidden chamber, spurring short bursts of media excitement. Then the island's reality intervenes. Logistical hurdles, natural obstacles, or simply negative test results. The cycle repeats. Over time, many treasure seekers have left Cocos Island in frustration, their dreams dashed. A few remain convinced that the gold of Lima is indeed hidden on that island, and that a final, well-organized operation will one day bring it to light. In the end, the story of the Treasure of Lima encapsulates the classic tension between fact and legend. There is enough historical truth to anchor the tale. Records confirm a wealth of Spanish possessions evacuated from Lima in 1820. References to a British captain entrusted with the cargo, the dissolution of Spanish authority in Peru, and the subsequent mania for lost gold in the Pacific. But from that solid foundation, the storyline branches into countless variations, none confirmed. Did Thompson murder his benefactors and run off with the gold, or was he forced by circumstances to abscond with the cargo while under pursuit? Did he indeed bury it on Cocos Island, or was that a rumor inflated by other pirates who had visited the place? Did subsequent visitors quietly retrieve the bulk of the hoard, leaving only myths behind? It may be that the mystery's longevity owes much to the fact that no single entity has proven the story false. Had a modern expedition found absolutely nothing, maybe interest would have waned. But the island's environment and the ephemeral nature of centuries-old clues ensure that no matter how many negative attempts occur, one can always argue the next approach might succeed. The treasure hunts, therefore, are fueled by an eternal spark of what if, a question that resonates across decades of failed digs, vanished sponsors, and contradictory claims. For the imaginative observer, there is something poetic about the notion that a trove intended to preserve colonial power ended up swallowed by the jungle on a remote island. The Catholic Church's gold, regal jewels, the idol of the Virgin Mary heavy with precious stones, these items, symbols of Spanish might, perhaps sank into the earth where vines now coil around them, the hush of rainforest burying the memory of an empire's final stand. Time has a way of softening the outlines of fact, turning them into stories that enthrall and baffle in equal measure. Meanwhile, the name Treasure of Lima remains inescapably linked to Cocos Island in popular culture. Documentaries occasionally revisit the theme, blending sweeping aerial shots of the island's mist-shrouded peaks with dramatic voiceovers describing how untold fortunes may still lie beneath. Journals from the earliest diggers are re-examined, searching for missed references. Historians debate whether the entire cargo from Lima was as large as rumoured. Some suspect exaggeration. Perhaps only a fraction made it aboard Thompson's ship. Or maybe certain valuable objects were hidden in more than one place, never compiled in a single trove. For many, the allure lies as much in the quest as the reward. Treasure seekers who land on Cocos speak of the island's raw beauty, of reefs teeming with sharks, waterfalls cascading down verdant slopes, the ocean's thunder echoing off basalt cliffs. In that environment, one can almost feel the presence of old spirits, Spanish galleons, revolutionary fervour, bold captains with questionable morals. The romance of that intangible link between history and the land fosters a sense of wonder, an urge to keep searching. Even those who come up empty-handed leave with stories of swirling fog, the glint of sun on swirling green canopies, and the notion that somewhere, just maybe, an unturned stone might conceal a chest stuffed with Catholic regalia and Incan gold once forced into Spanish possession. That intangible resonance is perhaps the reason we still recount the tale with such fervour. At its core, the story is about dramatic upheaval, an empire on the brink, a city's desperate attempt to safeguard wealth, a cunning betrayal at sea, a forsaken place on Earth's watery edge where power, greed and fear converged. Even if historians one day conclude that the real Thompson never buried anything on Cocos Island, the legend will endure because it speaks to the primal human drive to find hidden wonders. Like El Dorado or the Lost Dutchman's Mine, the treasure of Lima satisfies our fascination with undiscovered riches, while cunningly eluding resolution. Thus, we stand at the threshold of truth and myth, gazing upon an island overshadowed by the weight of centuries. If you were to sail there now, assuming you obtain the necessary permits, you would find no shortage of ghostly reminders of earlier hunts, abandoned dig sites, rusted machinery, the faint outlines of trenches that the jungle is reclaiming with every rainy season. Perhaps you would speak to park rangers who have grown weary of starry-eyed visitors with battered old maps. Maybe you would sense the hush of the place at dusk, hearing the persistent call of seabirds and the crash of waves on hidden coves, half expecting a glimmer of gold to shine from the undergrowth. But the hush remains, offering no final answers. And so the treasure of Lima stays in the realm of glorious uncertainty. Its alleged guardians, pious monks and Spanish viceroys, cunning captains or unscrupulous pirates, have all faded to dust. Their motivations, hatreds, and alliances lie scattered in documents or swallowed by the sea. The story persists because it gives voice to an era of wild transitions and monstrous fortunes, an age when entire empires were up for grabs. Whether the lost gold of Lima truly resides in the depths of Cocos Island's rainforest, or was spirited away and quietly spent long ago, the legend will continue to call out, beckoning the next generation of dreamers to test their fortunes against the island's mysteries. Some might say that is precisely as it should be. In a world that often feels mapped and known, places like Cocos, steeped in myth, remind us that stories can still claim dominion over the imagination. The island's thick canopy hides not just battered relics of colonial wealth, but also an archetype of the unstoppable hope that treasure hunters cling to, the belief that something extraordinary remains undiscovered, just around the next bend of a mossy trail or behind the next rock face worn by centuries of tropical storms. And as long as that hope persists, so too will the story of William Thompson's betrayal, the Spanish flight from Lima's revolution, and the abiding possibility that beneath the hush of that far-off island lies a fortune whose glimmer has yet to be revealed.